Welcome 2026. My face hurts. Anyways, I hope everyone had a wonderful New Year's celebration. Because you're here now. I know I haven't been posting a lot lately, but hey, I mean it'll pick up again soon. Not today, because I'm really busy with other stuff, but I thought I could leave some videos playing, maybe react to them, like I always do, here on YouTube for the first time. That's the big change. That's the big change. 2026. We're on YouTube. Hey! Yup, YouTube content. What? Yeah. This really isn't by choice. It's just that Twitch is architected by people who want to forget what they did to me. And so here we are. Let's have a wonderful beginning of the year and just start it off with something I'm sure everyone is going to enjoy. An educational video.
Hi everyone. So by now you have probably heard of ChatGPT. It has taken the world and the AI community by storm. And it is a system that allows you to interact with an AI and give it text-based tasks. So for example, we can ask ChatGPT to write us a small haiku about how important it is that people understand AI, and then they can use it to improve the world and make it more prosperous. So when we run this, AI knowledge brings prosperity for all to see, embrace its power. Okay, not bad. And so you could see that ChatGPT went from left to right and generated all these words sort of sequentially. Now, I asked it already the exact same prompt a little bit earlier, and it generated a slightly different outcome. AI's power to grow, ignorance holds us back, learn, prosperity waits. So pretty good in both cases and slightly different. So you can see that ChatGPT is a probabilistic system, and for any one prompt, it can give us multiple answers, sort of replying to it. Now, this is just one example of a prompt. People have come up with many, many examples, and there are entire websites that index interactions with ChatGPT. And so many of them are quite humorous. Explain HTML to me like I'm a dog. Write release notes for Chess2. Write a note about Elon Musk buying a Twitter, and so on. So as an example, please write a breaking news article about a leaf falling from a tree. In a shocking turn of events, a leaf has fallen from a tree in the local park. Witnesses report that the leaf, which was previously attached to a branch of a tree, detached itself and fell to the ground. Very dramatic. So you can see that this is a pretty remarkable system, and it is what we call a language model, because it models the sequence of words or characters or tokens more generally, and it knows how sort of words follow each other in English language. And so from its perspective, what it is doing is it is completing the sequence. So I give it the start of a sequence, and it completes the sequence with the outcome. And so it's a language model in that sense. Now, I would like to focus on the under the hood components of what makes ChatGPT work. So what is the neural network under the hood that models the sequence of these words? And that comes from this paper called Attention is All You Need. In 2017, a landmark paper in AI that produced and proposed the transformer architecture. So GPT is short for generatively pre-trained transformer. So transformer is the neural net that actually does all the heavy lifting under the hood. It comes from this paper in 2017. Now, if you read this paper, this reads like a pretty random machine translation paper, and that's because I think the authors didn't fully anticipate the impact that the transformer would have on the field. And this architecture that they produced in the context of machine translation, in their case, actually ended up taking over the rest of AI in the next 5 years after. And so this architecture, with minor changes, was copy-pasted into a huge amount of applications in AI in more recent years. And that includes at the core of ChatGPT. Now, what I'd like to do now is I'd like to build out something like ChatGPT. But we're not going to be able to, of course, reproduce ChatGPT. This is a very serious production-grade system. It is trained on a good chunk of internet, and then there's a lot of pre-training and fine-tuning stages to it, and so it's very complicated. What I'd like to focus on is just to train a transformer-based language model. And in our case, it's going to be a character-level language model. I still think that is very educational with respect to how these systems work. So I don't want to train on a chunk of internet. We need a smaller data set. In this case, I propose that we work with my favorite toy data set. It's called Tiny Shakespeare. And what it is basically, it's a concatenation of all of the works of Shakespeare, in my understanding. And so this is all of Shakespeare in a single file. This file is about 1 megabyte, and it's just all of Shakespeare. And what we are going to do now is we're going to basically model how these characters follow each other. So for example, given a chunk of these characters, like this, given some context of characters in the past, the transformer neural network will look at the characters that I've highlighted and is going to predict that G is likely to come next in the sequence. And it's going to do that because we're going to train that transformer on Shakespeare. And it's just going to try to produce character sequences that look like this. And in that process, it's going to model all the patterns inside this data. So once we've trained the system, I'd just like to give you a preview, we can generate infinite Shakespeare. And of course, it's a fake thing that looks kind of like Shakespeare. Apologies for, there's some jank that I'm not able to resolve in here, but you can see how this is going character by character, and it's kind of like predicting Shakespeare-like language. So, verily, my lord, the sights have left thee again, the king, coming with my curses with precious pale. And then Tranio says something else, etc. And this is just coming out of the transformer in a very similar manner as it would come out in ChatGPT. In our case, character by character. In ChatGPT, it's coming out on the token by token level, and tokens are these sort of like little subword pieces. So they're not word level, they're kind of like word chunk level. And now I've already written this entire code to train these transformers, and it is in a GitHub repository that you can find, and it's called NanoGPT. So NanoGPT is a repository that you can find on my GitHub, and it's a repository for training transformers on any given text. And what I think is interesting about it, because there's many ways to train transformers, but this is a very simple implementation. So it's just 2 files of 300 lines of code each. One file defines the GPT model, the transformer, and one file trains it on some given text dataset. And here I'm showing that if you train it on an open web text dataset, which is a fairly large dataset of web pages, then I reproduce the performance of GPT-2. So GPT-2 is an early version of OpenAI's GPT from 2017, if I recall correctly. And I've only so far reproduced the smallest 124 million parameter model. But basically, this is just proving that the code base is correctly arranged. And I'm able to load the neural network weights that OpenAI has released later. So you can take a look at the finished code here in NanoGPT. But what I would like to do in this lecture is I would like to basically write this repository from scratch. So we're going to begin with an empty file, and we're going to define a transformer piece by piece. We're going to train it on the Tiny Shakespeare dataset, and we'll see how we can then generate infinite Shakespeare. And of course, this can copy paste to any arbitrary text dataset that you like. But my goal really here is to just make you understand and appreciate how under the hood ChatGPT works. And really all that's required is a proficiency in Python and some basic understanding of calculus and statistics. And it would help if you also see my previous videos on the same YouTube channel, in particular my Make More series, where I define smaller and simpler neural network language models. So multi-allele perceptrons and so on. It really introduces the language modeling framework. And then here in this video, we're going to focus on the transformer neural network itself. Okay, so I created a new Google Colab Jupyter notebook here. And this will allow me to later easily share this code that we're going to develop together with you so you can follow along. So this will be in the video description later. Now, here I've just done some preliminaries. I downloaded the dataset, the Tiny Shakespeare dataset, at this URL, and you can see that it's about a 1 megabyte file. Then here I open the input.txt file and just read in all the text as a string. And we see that we are working with 1 million characters roughly. And the first 1,000 characters, if we just print them out, are basically what you would expect. This is the first 1,000 characters of the Tiny Shakespeare dataset, roughly up to here. So far so good. Next, we're going to take this text. And the text is a sequence of characters in Python. So when I call the set constructor on it, I'm just going to get the set of all the characters that occur in this text. And then I call list on that to create a list of those characters instead of just a set, so that I have an ordering, an arbitrary ordering. And then I sort that. So basically we get just all the characters that occur in the entire data set, and they're sorted. Now the number of them is going to be our vocabulary size. These are the possible elements of our sequences. And we see that when I print here the characters, there's 65 of them in total. There's a space character, and then all kinds of special characters, and then capitals and lowercase letters. So that's our vocabulary, and that's the sort of like possible characters that the model can see or emit. Okay, so next we would like to develop some strategy to tokenize
like
the input text. Now, when people say tokenize, they mean convert the raw text as a string to some sequence of integers according to some notebook, according to some vocabulary of possible elements.
Why am I so quiet? Hello? He's probably going to use like PyTorch or something for all the arithmetic. But whatever. It's neat. I was hoping I'd see more like under the hood with that. But you know, it is what it is. What does he do? Softmax. Okay, he does use some. I don't know what PyTorch does exactly. I heard about it in 2020 and then never touched it. All right. Anyways.
So as an example, here we are going to be building a character level language model. So we're simply going to be translating individual characters into integers. So let me show you a chunk of code that sort of does that for us. So we're building both the encoder and the decoder. And let me just talk through what's happening here. When we encode an arbitrary text, like hi there, we're going to receive a list of integers that represents that string. So for example, 46, 47, etc. And then we also have the reverse mapping. So we can take this list and decode it to get back the exact same string. So it's really just like a translation to integers and back for arbitrary string. And for us, it is done on a character level. Now the way this was achieved is we just iterate over all the characters here and create a lookup table from the character to the integer and vice versa. And then to encode some string, we simply translate all the characters individually, and to decode it back, we use the reverse mapping and concatenate all of it. Now this is only one of many possible encodings, or many possible sort of tokenizers, and it's a very simple one. But there's many other schemas that people have come up with in practice. So for example, Google uses sentence piece. So sentence piece will also encode text into integers, but in a different schema and using a different vocabulary. And sentence piece is a subword sort of tokenizer. And what that means is that you're not encoding entire words, but you're not also encoding individual characters. It's a subword unit level. And that's usually what's adopted in practice. For example, also OpenAI has this library called TickToken that uses a byte pair encoding tokenizer. And that's what GPT uses. And you can also just encode words into, like hello world, into a list of integers. So as an example, I'm using the TickToken library here. I'm getting the encoding for GPT-2, or that was used for GPT-2. Instead of just having 65 possible characters or tokens, they have 50,000 tokens. And so when they encode the exact same string, hi there, we only get a list of 3 integers, but those integers are not between 0 and 64. They are between 0 and 50,256. So basically you can trade off the codebook size and the sequence lengths. So you can have very long sequences of integers with very small vocabularies, or you can have short sequences of integers with very large vocabularies. And so typically people use in practice these subword encodings, but I'd like to keep our tokenizer very simple. So we're using character level tokenizer, and that means that we have very small codebooks, we have very simple encode and decode functions, but we do get very long sequences as a result. But that's the level at which we're going to stick with this lecture because it's the simplest thing. Okay, so now that we have an encoder and a decoder, effectively a tokenizer, we can tokenize the entire training set of Shakespeare. So here's a chunk of code that does that. And I'm going to start to use the PyTorch library, and specifically the torch.tensor from the PyTorch library. So we're going to take all of the text in Tiny Shakespeare, encode it, and then wrap it into a torch.tensor to get the data tensor. So here's what the data tensor looks like when I look at just the first 1,000 characters, or the 1,000 elements of it. So we see that we have a massive sequence of integers, and this sequence of integers here is basically an identical translation of the first 1,000 characters here. So I believe, for example, that 0 is a new line character, and maybe 1 is a space. Not 100% sure, but from now on, the entire data set of text is re-represented as it's just stretched out as a single very large sequence of integers. Let me do one more thing before we move on here. I'd like to separate out our data set into a train and a validation split. So in particular, we're going to take the first 90% of the data set and consider that to be the training data for the transformer, and we're going to withhold the last 10% at the end of it to be the validation data. And this will help us understand to what extent our model is overfitting. So we're going to basically hide and keep the validation data on the side, because we don't want just a perfect memorization of this exact Shakespeare. We want a neural network that sort of creates Shakespeare-like text. And so it should be fairly likely for it to produce the actual, like, stowed away true Shakespeare text. And so we're going to use this to get a sense of the overfitting. Okay, so now we would like to start plugging these text sequences or integer sequences into the transformer so that it can train and learn those patterns. Now, the important thing to realize is we're never going to actually feed the entire text into the transformer all at once. That would be computationally very expensive and prohibitive. So when we actually train a transformer on a lot of these datasets, we only work with chunks of the dataset. And when we train the transformer, we basically sample random little chunks out of the training set and train on just chunks at a time. And these chunks have basically some kind of a length and some maximum length. Now, the maximum length typically, at least in the code I usually write, is called block size. You can find it under different names like context length or something like that. Let's start with the block size of just 8. And let me look at the first train data characters, the first block size +1 characters. I'll explain why +1 in a second. So this is the first 9 characters in the sequence, in the training set. Now what I'd like to point out is that when you sample a chunk of data like this, so say these 9 characters out of the training set, this actually has multiple examples packed into it. And that's because all of these characters follow each other. And so what this thing is going to say when we plug it into a transformer is we're going to actually simultaneously train it to make prediction at every one of these positions. Now, in a chunk of 9 characters, there's actually 8 individual examples packed in there. So there's the example that in the context of 18, 47 likely comes next. In the context of 18 and 47, 56 comes next. In the context of 18, 47, 56, 57 can come next, and so on. So that's the 8 individual examples. Let me actually spell it out with code. So here's a chunk of code to illustrate. X are the inputs to the transformer. It will just be the first block size characters. Y will be the next block size characters. So it's offset by 1. And that's because Y are the targets for each position in the input. And then here I'm iterating over all the block size of 8. And the context is always all the characters in X up to T and including T. And the target is always the Tth character, but in the targets array Y. So let me just run this. And basically it spells out what I said in words. These are the 8 examples hidden in a chunk of 9 characters that we sampled from the training set. I want to mention one more thing. We train on all the 8 examples here with context between 1 all the way up to context of block size. And we train on that not just for computational reasons because we happen to have the sequence already or something like that. It's not just done for efficiency. It's also done to make the transformer network be used to seeing contexts all the way from as little as 1 all the way to block size. And we'd like the transformer to be used to seeing everything in between. And that's going to be useful later during inference, because while we're sampling, we can start the sampling generation with as little as one character of context. And the transformer knows how to predict the next character with all the way up to just context of 1. And so then it can predict everything up to block size. And after block size, we have to start truncating, because the transformer will never receive more than block size inputs when it's predicting the next character. Okay, so we've looked at the time dimension of the tensors that are going to be feeding into the transformer. There's one more dimension to care about, and that is the batch dimension. And so as we're sampling these chunks of text, we're going to be actually, every time we're going to feed them into a transformer, we're going to have many batches of multiple chunks of text that are all like stacked up in a single tensor. And that's just done for efficiency, just so that we can keep the GPUs busy, because they are very good at parallel processing of data. And so we just want to process multiple chunks all at the same time. But those chunks are processed completely independently, they don't talk to each other, and so on. So let me basically just generalize this and introduce a batch dimension. Here's a chunk of code. Let me just run it, and then I'm going to explain what it does.
So he's chopping it up.
So here, because we're going to start sampling random locations in the data set to pull chunks from, I am setting the seed so that in the random number generator, so that the numbers I see here are going to be the same numbers you see later if you try to reproduce this. Now the batch size here is how many independent sequences we are processing every forward-backward pass of the transformer. The block size, as I explained, is the maximum context length to make those predictions. So let's say batch size 4, block size 8, and then here's how we get batch for any arbitrary split. If the split is a training split, then we're going to look at train data, otherwise at val data. That gets us the data array. And then when I generate random positions to grab a chunk out of, I actually generate batch size number of random offsets. So because this is 4, ix is going to be 4 numbers that are randomly generated between 0 and len of data minus block size. So it's just random offsets into the training set. And then x's, as I explained, are the first block size characters starting at I. The y's are the offset by 1 of that, so just add +1. And then we're going to get those chunks for every one of integers I in ix, and use a torch.stack to take all those one-dimensional tensors, as we saw here, and we're going to stack them up as rows. And so they all become a row in a 4x8 tensor. So here's what I'm printing then. When I sample a batch xb and yb, the inputs to the transformer now are, the input x is the 4x8 tensor, 4 rows of 8 columns, and each one of these is a chunk of the training set. And then the targets here are in the associated array y, and they will come in to the transformer all the way at the end to create the loss function. So they will give us the correct answer for every single position inside X. And then these are the 4 independent rows. So spelled out, as we did before, this 4x8 array contains a total of 32 examples, and they're completely independent as far as the transformer is concerned. So when the input is 24, the target is 43, or rather 43 here in the Y array. When the input is 24, 43, the target is 58. When the input is 24, 43, 58, the target is 5, etc. Or like when it is 52, 58, 1, the target is 58. Right, so you can sort of see this spelled out. These are the 32 independent examples packed in to a single batch of the input X, and then the desired targets are in Y. And so now this integer tensor of X is going to feed into the transformer, and that transformer is going to simultaneously process all these examples and then look up the correct integers to predict in every one of these positions in the tensor Y. Okay, so now that we have our batch of input that we'd like to feed into a transformer, let's start basically feeding this into neural networks. Now we're going to start off with the simplest possible neural network, which in the case of language modeling, in my opinion, is the bigram language model. And we've covered the bigram language model in my Make More series in a lot of depth. And so here I'm going to sort of go faster, and let's just implement the PyTorch module directly that implements the bigram language model. So I'm importing the PyTorch NN module for reproducibility. And then here I'm constructing a bigram language model, which is a subclass of NN module. And then I'm calling it, and I'm passing in the inputs and the targets. And I'm just printing. Now, when the inputs and targets come here, you see that I'm just taking the index, the inputs x here, which I renamed to idx, and I'm just passing them into this token embedding table. So what's going on here is that here in the constructor, we are creating a token embedding table, and it is of size vocab size by vocab size. And we're using nn.embedding, which is a very thin wrapper around basically a tensor of shape vocab size by vocab size. And what's happening here is that when we pass idx here, every single integer in our input is going to refer to this embedding table and is going to pluck out a row of that embedding table corresponding to its index. So 24 here will go to the embedding table and will pluck out the 24th row. And then 43 will go here and pluck out the 43rd row, etc. And then PyTorch is going to arrange all of this into a batch by time by channel tensor. In this case, batch is 4, time is 8, and C, which is the channels, is vocab size, or 65. And so we're just going to pluck out all those rows, arrange them in a B by T by C, and now we're going to interpret this as the logits, which are basically the scores for the next character in a sequence. And so what's happening here is we are predicting what comes next based on just the individual identity of a single token. And you can do that because, currently the tokens are not talking to each other, and they're not seeing any context except for they're just seeing themselves. So I'm a token number 5, and then I can actually make pretty decent predictions about what comes next just by knowing that I'm token 5, because some characters follow other characters in typical scenarios. So we saw a lot of this in a lot more depth in the Make More series, and here if I just run this, then we currently get the predictions, the scores, the logits for every one of the 4x8 positions. Now that we've made predictions about what comes next, we'd like to evaluate the loss function. And so in Make More series, we saw that a good way to measure a loss, or like a quality of the predictions, is to use the negative log likelihood loss, which is also implemented in PyTorch under the name cross entropy. So what we'd like to do here is loss is the cross entropy on the predictions and the targets. And so this measures the quality of the logits with respect to the targets. In other words, we have the identity of the next character, so how well are we predicting the next character based on the logits? And intuitively, the correct dimension of logits, depending on whatever the target is, should have a very high number, and all the other dimensions should be very low number, right? Now, the issue is that this won't actually, this is what we want. We want to basically output the logits and the loss. This is what we want, but unfortunately, this won't actually run. We get an error message. But intuitively, we want to measure this. Now, when we go to the PyTorch cross-entropy documentation here, we're trying to call the cross-entropy in its functional form. So that means we don't have to create like a module for it. But here, when we go to the documentation, you have to look into the details of how PyTorch expects these inputs. And basically, the issue here is PyTorch expects, if you have multi-dimensional input, which we do because we have a B by T by C tensor, then it actually really wants the channels to be the second dimension here. So if you, so basically it wants a B by C by T instead of a B by T by C. And so it's just the details of how PyTorch treats these kinds of inputs. And so we don't actually want to deal with that. So what we're going to do instead is we need to basically reshape our logits. So here's what I like to do. I like to basically give names to the dimensions. So logits.shape is B by T by C, and unpack those numbers. And then let's say that logits equals logits.view, and we want it to be a B times T by C. So just a two-dimensional array, right? So we're going to take all of these positions here, and we're going to stretch them out in a one-dimensional sequence and preserve the channel dimension as the second dimension. So we're just kind of like stretching out the array so it's two-dimensional, and in that case it's going to better conform to what PyTorch sort of expects in its dimensions. Now we have to do the same to targets, because currently targets are of shape b by t, and we want it to be just b times t, so one-dimensional. Now alternatively you could always still just do -1, because PyTorch will guess what this should be if you want to lay it out, but let me just be explicit and say b times t. Once we've reshaped this, it will match the cross entropy case, and then we should be able to evaluate our loss. Okay, so that ran now, and we can do loss. And so currently we see that the loss is 4.87. Now, because we have 65 possible vocabulary elements, we can actually guess at what the loss should be. And in particular, we covered negative log likelihood in a lot of detail. We are expecting log, or ln, of 1 over 65 and negative of that. So we're expecting the loss to be about 4.17, but we're getting 4.87. And so that's telling us that the initial predictions are not super diffuse. They've got a little bit of entropy, and so we're guessing wrong. Yes, but actually we are able to evaluate the loss. Okay, so now that we can evaluate the quality of the model on some data, we'd like to also be able to generate from the model. So let's do the generation. Now I'm going to go again a little bit faster here because I covered all of this already in the previous videos. So here's a generate function for the model. So we take the same kind of input, IDX here, and basically this is the current context of some characters in some batch. So it's also b by t, and the job of generate is to basically take this b by t and extend it to be b by t plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, and so it's just basically, it continues the generation in all the batch dimensions in the time dimension. So that's its job, and it will do that for max new tokens. So you can see here on the bottom, there's going to be some stuff here, but on the bottom, whatever is predicted is concatenated on top of the previous IDX along the first dimension, which is the time dimension, to create a b by t plus 1. So that becomes the new IDX. So the job of generate is to take a b by t and make it a b by t plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, as many as we want max new tokens. So this is the generation from the model. Now inside the generation, what are we doing? We're taking the current indices, we're getting the predictions. So we get, those are in the logits, and then the loss here is going to be ignored because we're not using that, and we have no targets that are sort of ground truth targets that we're going to be comparing with. Then once we get the logits, we are only focusing on the last step. So instead of a b by t by c, we're going to pluck out the -1, the last element in the time dimension, because those are the predictions for what comes next. So that gives us the logits, which we then convert to probabilities via softmax. And then we use torch.multinomial to sample from those probabilities, and we ask PyTorch to give us one sample. And so IDX next will become a b by 1, because in each one of the batch dimensions, we're going to have a single prediction for what comes next. So this num samples equals 1 will make this be a 1. And then we're going to take those integers that come from the sampling process, according to the probability distribution given here, and those integers just get concatenated on top of the current sort of like running stream of integers. And this gives us a b by t plus 1. And then we can return that. Now, one thing here is, you see how I'm calling self of IDX, which will end up going to the forward function. I'm not providing any targets. So currently this would give an error because targets is sort of like not given. So targets has to be optional. So targets is none by default. And then if targets is none, then there's no loss to create. So it's just loss is none. But else, all of this happens and we can create a loss. So this will make it so if we have the targets, we provide them and get a loss. If we have no targets, we'll just get the logits. So this here will generate from the model. And let's take that for a ride now.
What's it doing?
Oops. So I have another code chunk here, which will generate from the model. And okay, this is kind of crazy. So maybe let me let me break this down. So these are the IDX, right? I'm creating a batch, will be just one, time will be just 1. So I'm creating a little 1 by 1 tensor, and it's holding a 0. And the d type, the data type, is integer. So 0 is going to be how we kick off the generation. And remember that 0 is the element standing for a new line character. So it's kind of like a reasonable thing to feed in as the very first character in a sequence to be the new line. So it's going to be IDX, which we're going to feed in here. Then we're going to ask for 100 tokens. And then n.generate will continue that. Now, because generate works on the level of batches, we then have to index into the 0th row to basically unblock the single batch dimension that exists. And then that gives us a time steps, just a one-dimensional array of all the indices, which we will convert to simple Python list from PyTorch tensor, so that that can feed into our decode function and convert those integers into text. So let me bring this back, and we're generating 100 tokens. Let's run. And here's the generation that we achieved. So obviously it's garbage, and the reason it's garbage is because this is a totally random model. So next up, we're going to want to train this model. Now, one more thing I wanted to point out here is this function is written to be general, but it's kind of like ridiculous right now because we're feeding in all this, we're building out this context, and we're concatenating it all, and we're always feeding it all into the model. But that's kind of ridiculous because this is just a simple bigram model. So to make, for example, this prediction about k, we only needed this w. But actually what we fed into the model is we fed the entire sequence. And then we only looked at the very last piece and predicted k. So the only reason I'm writing it in this way is because right now this is a bigram model, but I'd like to keep this function fixed, and I'd like it to work later when our characters actually basically look further in the history. And so right now the history is not used, so this looks silly, but eventually the history will be used. And so that's why we want to do it this way. So just a quick comment on that. So now we see that this is random. So let's train the model so it becomes a bit less random. Okay, let's now train the model. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a PyTorch optimization object. So here we are using the optimizer Adam W. Now in the Make More series, we've only ever used stochastic gradient descent, the simplest possible optimizer, which you can get using the SGD instead. But I want to use Adam, which is a much more advanced and popular optimizer, and it works extremely well. For typical good setting for the learning rate is roughly 3e-4, but for very, very small networks, like is the case here, you can get away with much, much higher learning rates, 1e-3 or even higher probably. But let me create the optimizer object, which will basically take the gradients and update the parameters using the gradients. And then here, our batch size up above was only 4, so let me actually use something bigger, let's say 32. And then for some number of steps, we are sampling a new batch of data, we're evaluating the loss, we're zeroing out all the gradients from the previous step, getting the gradients for all the parameters, and then using those gradients to update our parameters. So typical training loop as we saw in the Make More series. So let me now run this for, say, 100 iterations, and let's see what kind of losses we're going to get. So we started around 4.7, and now we're getting down to like 4.6, 4.5, etc. So the optimization is definitely happening, but let's sort of try to increase the number of iterations and only print at the end, because we probably want to train for longer. Okay, so we're down to 3.6 roughly. Roughly down to 3. This is the most janky optimization. Okay, it's working. Let's just do 10,000. And then from here, we want to copy this. And hopefully we're going to get something reasonable. And of course, it's not going to be Shakespeare from a bigram model, but at least we see that the loss is improving. And hopefully we're expecting something a bit more reasonable. Okay, so we're down at about 2.5-ish. Let's see what we get. Okay, well, dramatic improvement certainly on what we had here. So let me just increase the number of tokens. Okay, so we see that we're starting to get something at least like certainly not Shakespeare, but the model is making progress. So that is the simplest possible model. So now what I'd like to do is, obviously this is a very simple model because the tokens are not talking to each other. So given the previous context of whatever was generated, we're only looking at the very last character to make the predictions about what comes next. So now these tokens have to start talking to each other and figuring out what is in the context so that they can make better predictions for what comes next. And this is how we're going to kick off the transformer. Okay, so next, I took the code that we developed in this Jupyter notebook and I converted it to be a script. And I'm doing this because I just want to simplify our intermediate work into just the final product that we have at this point. So in the top here, I put all the hyperparameters that we've defined. I introduced a few, and I'm going to speak to that in a little bit. Otherwise, a lot of this should be recognizable. Reproducibility, read data, get the encoder and the decoder, create the train and test splits, use the kind of like data loader that gets a batch of the inputs and targets. This is new, and I'll talk about it in a second. Now this is the bigram language model that we developed, and it can forward and give us a logits and loss, and it can generate. And then here we are creating the optimizer, and this is the training loop. So everything here should look pretty familiar. Now, some of the small things that I added. Number one, I added the ability to run on a GPU if you have it. So if you have a GPU, then this will use CUDA instead of just CPU, and everything will be a lot more faster. Now, when device becomes CUDA, then we need to make sure that when we load the data, we move it to device. When we create the model, we want to move the model parameters to device. So as an example, here we have the NN embedding table, and it's got a .weight inside it, which stores the sort of lookup table. So that would be moved to the GPU so that all the calculations here happen on the GPU and they can be a lot faster. And then finally here, when I'm creating the context that feeds into generate, I have to make sure that I create on the device. Number two, what I introduced is the fact that here in the training loop, here I was just printing the loss.item inside the training loop. But this is a very noisy measurement of the current loss because every batch will be more or less lucky. And so what I want to do usually is I have an estimate loss function, and the estimate loss basically then goes up here, and it averages up the loss over multiple batches. So in particular, we're going to iterate eval iter times, and we're going to basically get our loss, and then we're going to get the average loss for both splits. And so this will be a lot less noisy. So here, when we call the estimate loss, we're going to report the pretty accurate train and validation loss. Now, when we come back up, you'll notice a few things here. I'm setting the model to evaluation phase, and down here, I'm resetting it back to training phase. Now, right now for our model as is, this doesn't actually do anything, because the only thing inside this model is this nn.embedding, and this network would behave the same in both evaluation mode and training mode. We have no dropout layers, we have no batch norm layers, etc. But it is a good practice to think through what mode your neural network is in, because some layers will have different behavior at inference time or training time. And there's also this context manager, torch.nograd, and this is just telling PyTorch that everything that happens inside this function, we will not call .backward on. And so PyTorch can be a lot more efficient with its memory use because it doesn't have to store all the intermediate variables because we're never going to call backward. And so it can be a lot more memory efficient in that way. So also a good practice to tell PyTorch when we don't intend to do backpropagation. So right now, this script is about 120 lines of code, and that's kind of our starter code. I'm calling it bigram.py, and I'm going to release it later. Now, running this script gives us output in the terminal, and it looks something like this. It basically, as I ran this code, it was giving me the train loss and the val loss, and we see that we convert to somewhere around 2.5 with the bigram model. And then here's the sample that we produced at the end. And so we have everything packaged up in the script, and we're in a good position now to iterate on this. Okay, so we are almost ready to start writing our very first self-attention block for processing these tokens. Now, before we actually get there, I want to get you used to a mathematical trick that is used in the self-attention inside a transformer, and is really just like at the heart of an efficient implementation of self-attention. And so I want to work with this toy example to just get you used to this operation, and then it's going to make it much more clear once we actually get to it in the script again. So let's create a b by t by c, where b, t, and c are just 4, 8, and 2 in this toy example. And these are basically channels, and we have batches, and we have the time component, and we have some information at each point in the sequence, so C. Now, what we would like to do is we would like these tokens, so we have up to 8 tokens here in a batch, and these 8 tokens are currently not talking to each other, and we would like them to talk to each other. We'd like to couple them. And in particular, we want to couple them in a very specific way. So the token, for example, at the 5th location, it should not communicate with tokens in the 6th, 7th, and 8th location, because those are future tokens in the sequence. The token on the 5th location should only talk to the one in the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. So information only flows from previous context to the current time step. And we cannot get any information from the future because we are about to try to predict the future. So what is the easiest way for tokens to communicate? Okay, the easiest way I would say is, okay, if we're a 5th token and I'd like to communicate with my past, the simplest way we can do that is to just do an average of all the preceding elements. So for example, if I'm the 5th token, I would like to take the channels that make up that are information at my step, but then also the channels from the 4th step, 3rd step, 2nd step, and the 1st step. I'd like to average those up, and then that would become sort of like a feature vector that summarizes me in the context of my history. Now, of course, just doing a sum or like an average is an extremely weak form of interaction. Like, this communication is extremely lossy. We've lost a ton of information about the spatial arrangements of all those tokens, but that's okay for now. We'll see how we can bring that information back later. For now, what we would like to do is, for every single batch element independently, for every teeth token in that sequence, we'd like to now calculate the average of all the vectors in all the previous tokens and also at this token. So let's write that out. I have a small snippet here, and instead of just fumbling around, let me just copy paste it and talk to it. So in other words, we're going to create X, and the BOW is short for bag of words, because bag of words is kind of like a term that people use when you are just averaging up things. So this is just a bag of words. Basically, there's a word stored on every one of these 8 locations, and we're doing a bag of words, so just averaging. So in the beginning, we're going to say that it's just initialized at 0, and then I'm doing a for loop here, so we're not being efficient yet. That's coming. But for now, we're just iterating over all the batch dimensions independently, iterating over time, and then the previous tokens are at this batch dimension, and then everything up to and including the teeth token. Okay? So when we slice out X in this way, XPrev becomes of shape how many T elements there were in the past, and then of course C, so all the 2-dimensional information from these little tokens. So that's the previous sort of chunk of tokens from my current sequence. And then I'm just doing the average, or the mean, over the 0th dimension. So I'm averaging out the time here. And I'm just going to get a little C 1-dimensional vector, which I'm going to store in X bag of words. So I can run this, and this is not going to be very informative because, let's see, so this is X of 0, so this is the 0th batch element, and then Expo at 0. Now, you see how at the first location here, you see that the 2 are equal, and that's because we're just doing an average of this 1 token. But here, this one is now an average of these 2. And now this one is an average of these 3, and so on. So, and this last one is the average of all of these elements. So vertical average, just averaging up all the tokens, now gives this outcome here. So this is all well and good, but this is very inefficient. Now the trick is that we can be very, very efficient about doing this using matrix multiplication. So that's the mathematical trick, and let me show you what I mean. Let's work with the toy example here. Let me run it and I'll explain. I have a simple matrix here that is a 3 by 3 of all ones, a matrix B of just random numbers, and it's a 3 by 2, and a matrix C, which will be 3 by 3 multiply 3 by 2, which will give out a 3 by 2. So here we're just using matrix multiplication. So A multiply B gives us C. Okay, so how are these numbers in C achieved, right? So this number in the top left is the first row of A dot product with the first column of B. And since all the row of A right now is all just ones, then the dot product here with this column of B is just going to do a sum of this column. So 2 plus 6 plus 6 is 14. The element here in the output of C is also the first column here, the first row of A, multiplied now with the second column of B. So 7 plus 4 plus 5 is 16. Now you see that there's repeating elements here. So this 14 again is because this row is again all ones, and it's multiplying the first column of B, so we get 14. And this one is, and so on. So this last number here is the last row, dot product, last column. Now the trick here is the following. This is just a boring number of, it's just a boring array of all ones, but Torch has this function called trill, which is short for a triangular, something like that. And you can wrap it in torch.once, and it will just return the lower triangular portion of this. Okay. So now it will basically zero out these guys here. So we just get the lower triangular part.
Wow.
But what happens if we do that? So now we'll have A like this and B like this. And now what are we getting here in C? Well, what is this number? Well, this is the first row times the first column. And because this is zeros, these elements here are now ignored. So we just get a 2. And then this number here is the first row times the second column. And because these are zeros, they get ignored, and it's just 7. This 7 multiplies this 1.
This is matrix multiplication.
Here, because this is 1 and then zeros, what ended up happening is we're just plucking out this row of B, and that's what we got. Now here, we have 1, 1, 0. So here, 1, 1, 0 dot product with these two columns will now give us 2 plus 6, which is 8, and 7 plus 4, which is 11. And because this is 1, 1, 1,
I don't know what this guy's doing right now.
The addition of
like
all
sucked in.
And so basically,
on
depending on how many ones and zeros we have here,
write
we
a
are
cover
basically
letter.
doing a sum currently
Also,
of
my
the
date
variable
time
number
script
of these
just
rows,
like
and that is deposited
disappeared.
into C. So currently we're doing sums because these are
Just,
ones,
like,
but we can also
kinda
do average,
ridiculous.
right? And you can start to see how we could do average of the rows of B sort of in an incremental fashion. Because we don't have to, we can basically normalize these rows
How does that
so
even
that they sum
happen?
to 1, and then we're going to get an average. So if we took A, and then we did A equals A divide,
It's really annoying.
torch.sum in the, of A, in the 1th dimension, and then let's keep them as true. So therefore the broadcasting will work out. So if I rerun this, you see now that these rows now sum to 1.
Story
So this row is 1, this row is 0.5 is 0, and here we get 1/3. And now when we do A multiply B, what are we getting? Here we are just getting the first row. Here now we are getting the average of the first two rows. Okay, so 2 and 6 average is 4, and 4 and 7 average is 5.5. And on the bottom here, we are now getting the average of these 3 rows. So the average of all of elements of B are now deposited here. And so you can see that by manipulating these elements of this multiplying matrix, and then multiplying it with any given matrix, we can do these averages in this incremental fashion, because we just get...
you can throw that on your
and we can
GPU.
manipulate that based on the elements of A. Okay, so that's very convenient. So let's swing back up here and see how we can vectorize this and make it much more efficient using what we've learned. So in particular, we are going to produce an array A, but here I'm going to call it way, short for weights. But this is our A. And this is how much of every row we want to average up. And it's going to be an average because you can see that these rows sum to 1. So this is our A, and then our B in this example, of course, is X. So what's going to happen here now is that we are going to have an expo 2, and this expo 2 is going to be way multiplying Rx. So let's think this through. Way is T by T, and this is matrix multiplying in PyTorch a B by T by C, and it's giving us what shape. So PyTorch will come here and it will see that these shapes are not the same, so it will create a batch dimension here, and this is a batched matrix multiply. And so it will apply this matrix multiplication in all the batch elements in parallel and individually. And then for each batch element, there will be a T by T multiplying T by C exactly as we had below. So this will now create B by T by C, and expo 2 will now become identical to expo. So we can see that torch.allClose of expo and expo 2 should be true. Now,
I'm the one keeping the lights.
so this kind of like convinces us that these are in fact the same. So expo and expo 2, if I just print them, okay, we're not going to be able to okay, we're not going to be able to just stare it down, but well, let me try expo basically just at the 0th element and expo 2 at the 0th element. So just the first batch, and we should see that this and that should be identical, which they are. Right? So what happened here? The trick is we were able to use batched matrix multiply to do this aggregation, really. And it's a weighted aggregation, and the weights are specified in this T by T array. And we're basically doing weighted sums. And these weighted sums are according to the weights inside here, that take on sort of this triangular form. And so that means that a token at the Tth dimension will only get information from the tokens preceding it. So that's exactly what we want. And finally, I would like to rewrite it in one more way, and we're going to see why that's useful. So this is the third version, and it's also identical to the first and second. But let me talk through it. It uses softmax. So trill here is this matrix, lower triangular ones. Way begins as all 0. Okay, so if I just print way in the beginning, it's all 0. Then I used masked fill. So what this is doing is way.masked fill, it's all zeros, and I'm saying for all the elements where trill is equals 0, make them be negative infinity. So all the elements where trill is 0 will become negative infinity now. So this is what we get. And then the final line here is softmax. So if I take a softmax along every single, so dim is -1, so along every single row, if I do a softmax, what is that going to do? Well, softmax is also like a normalization operation, right? And so spoiler alert, you get the exact same matrix. Let me bring back the softmax. And recall that in softmax, we're going to exponentiate every single one of these, and then we're going to divide by the sum. And so if we exponentiate every single element here, we're going to get a 1, and here we're going to get basically 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 everywhere else. And then when we normalize, we just get 1. Here we're going to get 1, 1, and then zeros, and then softmax will again divide, and this will give us 0.5, 0.5, and so on. And so this is also the same way to produce this mask. Now the reason that this is a bit more interesting, and the reason we're going to end up using it in self-attention, is that these weights here begin with 0, and you can think of this as like an interaction strength, or like an affinity. So basically it's telling us how much of each token from the past do we want to aggregate and average up. And then this line is saying tokens from the past cannot communicate. By setting them to negative infinity, we're saying that we will not aggregate anything from those tokens. And so basically this then goes through softmax and through the weighted, and this is the aggregation through matrix multiplication. And so what this is now is, you can think of these as these zeros are currently just set by us to be 0, but a quick preview is that these affinities between the tokens are not going to be just constant at 0, they're going to be data dependent. These tokens are going to start looking at each other, and some tokens will find other tokens more or less interesting. And depending on what their values are, they're going to find each other interesting to different amounts, and I'm going to call those affinities, I think. And then here we are saying the future cannot communicate with the past. We're going to clamp them. And then when we normalize and sum, we're going to aggregate sort of their values depending on how interesting they find each other. And so that's the preview for self-attention. And basically, long story short from this entire section is that you can do weighted aggregations of your past elements by using matrix multiplication of a lower triangular fashion. And then the elements here in the lower triangular part are telling you how much of each element fuses into this position. So we're going to use this trick now to develop the self-attention block. So first, let's get some quick preliminaries out of the way. First, the thing I'm kind of bothered by is that you see how we're passing in vocab size into the constructor? There's no need to do that because vocab size is already defined up top as a global variable. So there's no need to pass this stuff around. Next, what I want to do is I want to create like a level of indirection here where we don't directly go to the embedding for the logits, but instead we go through this intermediate phase because we're going to start making that bigger. So let me introduce a new variable, nembed. It's short for number of embedding dimensions. So nembed here will be, say, 32. That was a suggestion from GitHub Copilot, by the way. It also suggested 32, which is a good number. So this is an embedding table and only 32 dimensional embeddings. So then here, this is not going to give us logits directly. Instead, this is going to give us token embeddings. That's what I'm going to call it. And then to go from the token embeddings to the logits, we're going to need a linear layer. So self.lm head, let's call it, short for language modeling head, is nlinear from nembed up to vocab size. And then when we swing over here, we're actually going to get the logits by exactly what the Copilot says. Now we have to be careful here because this C and this C are not equal. This is nembed C and this is vocab size. So let's just say that nembed is equal to C. And then this just creates one spurious layer of indirection through a linear layer, but this should basically run. So we see that this runs, and this currently looks kind of spurious, but we're going to build on top of this. Now, next up, so far we've taken these indices and we've encoded them based on the identity of the tokens inside IDX. The next thing that people very often do is that we're not just encoding the identity of these tokens, but also their position. So we're going to have a second position embedding table here. So self.position embedding table is an embedding of block size by nembed. And so each position from 0 to block size -1 will also get its own embedding vector. And then here, first let me decode b by t from idx.shape. And then here we're also going to have a pos embedding, which is the positional embedding, and this is tordash range. So this will be basically just integers from 0 to t-1. And all of those integers from 0 to t-1 get embedded through the table to create a t by c. And then here, this gets renamed to just say x, and x will be the addition of the token embeddings with the positional embeddings. And here the broadcasting node will work out. So b by t by c
I'm
plus
an
t by c.
angel.
This
What
gets
the
right
fuck?
aligned,
I
a
have
new
to
dimension of 1 gets added,
be all
and it gets
personal
broadcasted
and
across
shit?
batch. So at this point, x holds not just the
What's
token
even good
identities,
about me?
but the positions at which these tokens occur. And this is currently not that useful because, of course,
Well,
we just have a simple bigram model. So it doesn't matter if
very
you're in the fifth
flexible.
position, the second position,
I'm
or
very
wherever.
flexible
It's all translation invariant at this stage. So this information currently wouldn't help.
I care
But as we work on the self-attention
about
block, we'll see that this
fairness.
starts to matter.
and equality.
Okay, so now we get the crux of self-attention.
And
So this is probably the most important part of this video to understand. We're going to implement
having
a
a
small
good
self-attention for a
time.
single individual head, as they're called. So we start off with
Making
where
the
we
best
were.
of the bad
So all of this code is familiar.
times.
So
I
right
care
now,
about
I'm working with an
fairness
example
and
where I changed the number of
equality,
channels from 2 to 32.
making
so
the
we
best
have a
of bad
4x8
times,
arrangement of tokens.
and celebrating what I
and
know
the
is
information at
good.
each token is currently 32 dimensional, but we just are working with random numbers. Now we saw here that the code as we had it before does a simple average of all the past tokens and the current token. So it's just the previous information and the current information is just being mixed together in an average. And that's what this code currently achieves. And it does so by creating this lower triangular structure, which allows us to mask out this weight matrix that we create. So we mask it out and then we normalize it. And currently, when we initialize the affinities between...
I'm not listening to this. You know what? It was good for a while. Then I got bored. I read a cover letter. Rakdos aggro, what the fuck? It's Corey Steelcutter.
And today,
Mother, I would love to see. Alright. What the fuck is this? Two types of Tarmogoyfs. Stalactite Stalker. Thoughtseize. Dragon Rage Channeler. Overlord of the Baelmerk. And featuring Chain Lightning. Lotus Petal. Snuff Out. Rakdos Aggro. It's neat, I guess. Man, I know how to write a cover letter. I don't know how to write this kind of cover letter. I'll say that much. 11-year-old's prank ends in felony charge. Dude, I'm not I can't. I don't want to I don't want to recognize that.
I'm not gonna do the accent, okay?
You should do the accent. That'd be so funny.
wow! Wait!
Wait.
Okay, fine, kill me then. I said wait.
I was gonna drive back a little
Here,
bit.
I'll go. I think you can carry two, right?
Yo,
Anyone got gas?
what?
Oh yeah, dude.
Bro, I don't have the tooltips on for like how to
We're
fly.
definitely gonna die. It's
Jack, get your
probably
clips ready.
space and controller shift.
Pull up,
Space is probably up.
pull
Oh,
up.
no, I see it moving fast.
Oh yeah, it's going way up. That's
Oh
too straight,
no,
Ryan.
oh
That is
no,
too
oh no. Ah.
Ouch!
Guys, the trench is gone.
Alright, here we go. Up the hill.
Stall.
Oh my god. Holy
Pull up.
smokes.
Pull up.
The French word I'm not gonna say.
Wait! Oh shit!
Down,
we go.
down.
Oh shit!
Oh, there they go.
Oh, I was gonna shoot your car, man. I thought that was a baddie.
Sorry, I'm used
Now,
to
how do you? Oh, that's how you slow down the fucking throttle. Oh shit! We could stay
my
up here all day,
God.
man.
I do hear shouts coming from that direction, though.
You mark it on the map, Corey, and I will do a
No
strafing
way.
run.
It's
No
just it's south
way.
165 or so.
Dude, this isn't PUBG now.
That direction. What the heck? Dude,
This is fucking
there are dolls in
peak,
here that
man.
just scare
You
the
should
hell
just
out of me.
win
I
the
know
game.
exactly what you're talking
Like,
about.
this is
What
just a game-winning play.
There's a guy here. Oh, they're riding a bike. They're up there.
Oh yeah,
Bro
yeah,
has
There's
air
a US
support.
coming to you guys as well.
What the fuck?
I'm a US
Marking on
leaving.
green. It's moving.
I got shot at.
Yeah, and now you know where they
Damn,
are.
this thing really
Leaving
is
a ball.
guzzling the gas, huh?
On the balcony. I hit him.
You fucking king!
Oh my god.
Here, I'll keep it
Look
straight
at
for you.
them.
I don't see the.
Are they green or orange?
Green. This guy. I
Oh
was
wait,
shooting
wait!
at anyway.
The zone.
Oh crap. Oh,
no, I
crap.
got it. This thing handles
He's
like a
got this
damn
thing
dream.
pivots, man.
Corey, can you? I'm being so fucking for real with you. Wow!
What?
Can you drop a grenade off the plane? Oh, okay.
I was trying. I think I may
You guys
be
are still
able
getting lit
to.
up from blue. I just think new one in that house that Paul and I were shooting.
We're sparking up, boys. Oh, Corey, can you do it? Oh, that's so
did.
fucking
Dude,
sick.
yes.
Okay.
It didn't go anywhere.
Oh, they have a car.
I don't know how those
blue.
guys are so good. There's a guy on the tree up here, green. Green tree.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh,
Ryan, you're
yes.
landing on a guy.
Get him.
Very
The dog's
nice.
got a crazy amount of recoil.
What is he doing?
Good job, Corey. Good. You need a pickup?
I think I might be all right.
I got you out. I don't really know how to get myself out of this thing.
F?
No, I mean like without instantly perishing.
Oh. I'm sure.
what?
Oh, dude, you landed
okay.
it beautifully.
I think it was
I had a helmet on.
Yeah, one shot. M24. Did you get the crate guy prone?
Yeah.
My God,
Sorry, it's not giving me
that was
res.
insane.
It's a big deal,
There's only,
man.
there's only 2 left.
The way he flew that
Yeah, they're
thing
both
made
in the
me
house. They're both in the
worried.
small house.
This one on yellow.
Yeah.
I can't see, but yeah.
Fuck this.
No
With
way.
you.
No way.
Left side of house.
No way.
Eat this. Don't go in there. It
Cover
bounced
fire
off.
for you.
Google ma. Google ma.
They're running towards
Dude,
you.
did you not see that?
Good shooting.
Oh my God, the grenade got one.
Oh, they got me, but he's lit. Let's go!
I love casual mode.
Dude, it's so
So much
sick.
fun.
It really changes your opinion on the game when you win.
It really does.
It's cool to. What the fuck? Oh, these are bots! I'm dead. I
You died to
can't.
bots?
I died to bots.
Where are you? Where are
you
you?
should see what happened. It was terrifying.
Did you know?
It's cool to. What the fuck? Oh, these are bots! I'm dead. I can't.
You died to bots?
I died to bots.
Where are you?
You
Where
should
are
see
you?
what happened. It was terrifying.
You're not dead. I have eyes on you. Just stay right there.
they're around me, bro. They're around me. I think there's one in this
Alright,
house
I want
too.
to see. How does he end it?
I don't know.
I want to see the new year.
Corey's kind of the goat, man.
Jai is so right. They spawned in like fucking Tarkov scabs.
Yeah,
that was
yeah, yeah, yeah.
terrifying.
I think they did.
That's awesome. Alright. Fusion slop. How do I know myself, you know? How do I know myself? Oh, you can't play music on YouTube. How do I know myself, dude? The fuck is this? What am I looking at? Oh my God.
Lumas, we have been through a lot together. You and me and you. First, there was Trump Yowie. Then there was LeBron. And then there was Trump Yowie. But it came true. And here at Neatopia Incorporated, we do not take these things lightly. Because if nothing else, what are we? A family! No, serious. I think that you guys deserve something to commemorate everything we've been through together. So here it is. The Political Yowie Dating Simulator Love Pairing Master Diagram with evidence. Here it is. When you look at this master diagram, you might notice a few things, okay? You'll notice that on the right, all of these politicians, except for Erdogan, these are all domestic routes. And on the left, these are all international routes. And the order that we are going to go through the routes is pre-Biden, which is Trump's first term, Biden era, which is during Biden's first term, and then post-Biden, which is Trump's second term. Now that you're briefed, let's start. First, let me do a recap for all of you who are just getting into the Political Yowie dating sim. The Political Yowie dating sim is centered around our main character, the 47th president of the US, Donald Trump. Here are some important things to know about Donald Trump. So first of all, Donald Trump is an Omega This is important information to retain for later. Donald Trump equals Omega. Number 2, Donald Trump is both a tsundere and a yandere. He has both tsunderish and yanderish traits. Finally, he wants a harem ending.
I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay.
An entire
That's
harem
okay.
ending. Now that that's established, let's start getting into the routes. Our first route, the legal one. Legally, Trump is married to Melania Trump. However, roll the evidence. So as we just saw in the evidence, Donald Trump and Melania Trump are actually in a secret lavender marriage. They are best friends who decided that this shared legal binding between them would be beneficial for both. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give them a special lavender color. So that's the first route, the friends only route. Our next route is somebody who has been in the news quite a bit recently. Jeffrey Epstein. Him and Trump are in a love relationship. Now, you might be saying, Lumi, how do you know this for certain? Don't worry, I'm gonna pull it up on screen for you. This letter that Donald Trump allegedly, that I have to say by law, that Trump sent to Epstein. And now I'm gonna read it out to you. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald, yes there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump, and then he signs it. Let's address the elephant in the room. Yes! This is super freaky. Now let's address the second elephant in the room. From Donald to Jeffrey, using specifically their first names, not their full names, like Trump does with a lot of his routes, their first names only. We can therefore assume that as much as he might like to deny it, Epstein was probably one of Trump's original love routes. Now, unfortunately, this route might never be confirmed, unless the Epstein files are released completely unredacted, but the chances of that happening are very low.
Not
But
that
a
low.
route that is confirmed
that
is
low.
the route between Trump and Bill Clinton. According to this Epstein file right here. So I'm gonna read this Epstein file out to you guys too. On Monday, March 19th, 2018 at 1:49 p.m., Mark L. Epstein wrote,
Wow.
How are you doing? A while back you mentioned that you were pre-diabetic. Has anything changed with that? What is your boy Donald up to now? Jeffrey E. sent Monday, March 19, 2018, 2:15 p.m., so the same day, just a little bit later, hey, all good, Bannon with me. Then, Wednesday, March 21st, so this is 2 days later, at 4:32 in the morning, Mark Epstein writes, ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. Ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. Bubba is a widely known nickname for Bill Clinton. And when this craze was going on, there was one person who was denying this. Mark Epstein, aka Jeffrey Epstein's brother, aka the other person in the file. And the only other Bubba that existed was Ghislaine Maxwell's horse, and Ghislaine Maxwell worked with Jeffrey Epstein on the Diddy stuff. So people were implying that perhaps Bubba could have been an animal instead of Bill Clinton. However, I think that Mark Epstein might have been saying this because he didn't want people to ship Bill Clinton with Trump because he was in love with Trump. So we're gonna dot the lines here. He might love Trump and he might hate Bill Clinton. Next, Bill Clinton has a confirmed relationship with Hillary Clinton. Trump and Hillary are rivals. So Hillary and Trump, political rivals. This is the first ever PYDS love triangle, but after Trump got elected, this fizzled out. And then Trump started getting with real solid domestic routes. Actually, Mike Pence, his vice president. But Trump's relationship with Mike Pence was complicated. In the beginning, when Mike Pence and Trump first came together, Mike loved Trump and Trump loved Mike, right? It was a love-love relationship. But as time went on, Trump started becoming neutral to Pence. Why? Because he was busy playing with other routes, international routes, and he started neglecting his domestic route until a new political rival appeared, Joe Biden. So suddenly, Trump was all thinking about Biden. And this was really bad for Trump because at the end of his first term, he started saying that Biden had won the election unfairly. And he was pushing Pence to say the same thing because he assumed that Pence loved him. And Pence did love him. But after all of the neglect that Trump showed him, pushing him to the side for international routes, Pence decided no. He didn't want to be treated like this. He didn't want to be Trump's second choice or third choice or fourth choice or fifth choice. No, he had had enough. So Pence said, no, Trump, Biden won the election fairly, which made Trump mad. So when the insurrection was happening, Trump said this, that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. When Pence was stuck in the Capitol while people were outside rioting, which made it dangerous for Pence. And Trump did nothing about this because Trump is a yandere. If he can't have Pence, if Pence doesn't love him anymore, then nobody can. So Trump and Pence kind of have a love-hate relationship now. Pence hates Trump and Trump loves Pence, but also kind of hates Pence because it's the yandere in him. But then Trump lost. So Pence was no longer his vice president. Trump wasn't the president. And instead, there was Biden. And I feel like this one is pretty self-explanatory, right? They were enemies and then they became lovers and then they went back to like enemies again. So instead of just rivals, they're now ex-lovers. And if you don't believe me, just look at these. Here are Trump and Biden in front of the fireplace, looking lovingly into each other's eyes. Here are Trump and Biden dressed very smartly, almost holding hands. They're interlocking pinkies underneath the shirt. You just can't see it, but I know they are. Here's them debating. Everybody knows that they tend to debate. That's one of their favorite pastimes with each other. Here's Biden looking at Trump sweetly and lovingly, and Trump is holding onto his arm. They're just sharing a moment with each other. Here they are looking at each other sweetly and lovingly again. Finally, here's a picture of them laughing with each other in front of the fireplace. They had a pretty good relationship. Now, they had a lot of banter and they argued with each other, and it was definitely a little bit toxic, but everybody knows that Trump is an Omega. He likes that type of toxic relationship. I told you it would come in handy. And the thing with Trump is, even today, he is still not over Biden. Here is his Truth Social post from yesterday, where he says, the chart below shows a clear chronological pattern. Trump 1, almost no inflation. Biden, runaway inflation. Trump 2, low inflation. Media conclusion, Trump's created an affordability crisis. Even today, he still cares about Biden. He has pictures of Biden cut out on his phone. He has stickers of Biden's face. If that's not love, I don't know what is. But that doesn't change the fact that they are still ex-lovers. Okay. Next route. After Biden went out of office, after the Biden era was over, Trump moved into a new era where he found a substitute for his old vice president Mike Pence in J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance actually used to hate Trump, and then he learned to love Trump. But the thing is, Trump does not feel the same. Trump hotel chairs him every single time there's another route. All J.D. is left to do is just watch. Trump treats all of his vice presidents the same. He treated Pence this way, and now he's treating Vance this way, where he pushes them off to the side until he actually needs them. He's kind of ignoring him, but it's neutral. Here's a picture of them when Trump was still into him. If you look at any of the following pictures between any presidents where JD is in the background, Trump is like here, JD is like here. Okay, Trump is here, JD is here, and JD is like, no, give me attention. And Trump is like, and then he doesn't even pay attention. But these were all the presidential routes. Now we are going to move on to the next season of domestic routes, the billionaire routes. First, everybody knows that Trump and Elon Musk are ex-lovers. They used to have a great relationship, but then they broke up. But recently, they were seen again together at Charlie Kirk's funeral, where Trump said in an interview afterward that he was glad Elon came over and talked to him. So here's the clip.
Mr. President, everyone's saying that Charlie brought you and Elon back together. Is that true?
Well, Elon came over and said hello. No, it's nothing to do with that. I thought it was nice. And he came over, had a little conversation. We had a very good relationship, but it was nice that he came over.
So I think that even though their breakup was so bad and they were both hating on each other, Elon was talking about how Trump was in the Epstein files, it looks like they made up. And now they're ex-lovers and friends. Next, Tim Cook. So obviously, Tim Cook was giving Trump his sugar baby fund, right? Tim Cook was saying that Apple was willing to invest in the government a certain billion amount of dollars. And during this time, Tim Cook gave this to Trump. He gave Trump this glass plaque by Apple, symbolizing that Trump was the apple of his eye. And here's a picture of them almost kissing. Look, they're almost kissing. So obviously,
I'm the
Tim
wild
Cook and Donald
card.
Trump have a love relationship between each other. And just like with Tim Cook, it is a very similar thing with Zuckerberg. Play the clip.
I don't know, at least $600 billion. Sorry, I wasn't ready to do our for announcement. He said I wasn't sure what number you wanted to go with.
Zuckerberg is the pet route. He aims to please Trump.
Oh
so
my
obviously
God.
he and Trump are in a love relationship where again, he is offering a sugar baby fund, but he's willing to give his Omega any amount of money he wants. They're an Omega on Omega love, by the way. Next, we have this random Michael Huckabee. I already have a video on this, so I won't read it. But Michael Huckabee basically says he loves Donald Trump so much and he is so glad that he has Donald Trump in his life. But what's important is that Trump said from Mike Huckabee, a pastor, politician, ambassador, and great person, he co-worker zoned him. Huckabee loves Trump, but Trump is neutral towards Huckabee. And then lastly, our final domestic route, the most recent route, Zoran Mamdani. Now, everybody has seen all of the Mamdani pictures. Here's an example of one of them that Trump photo dumped everywhere. Trump was so smitten with him that he told the press this.
Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would.
Why? Because Mamdani would make him feel safe. That's the Omega in him. All he wants is a safe, comfortable nest where he can snuggle up with somebody like Mamdani. Because as you can see in all the other routes, even though Trump is an Omega, he's pretending to be an Alpha all the time. That's why he needs his heat suppressants, and that's why he said that Tylenol causes autism, so he can hoard all the heat suppressants, and he can pretend to be an Alpha more often than not. But now that people are still taking Tylenol, he doesn't have any heat suppressants. And if he doesn't have any heat suppressants, he can't suppress the heat, so he can't suppress the way he feels about Zoran Mamdani every time he's around him. So Trump obviously loves Zoran Mamdani. And the thing is, Mamdani has called him a fascist and stuff like that in the past. So I would say Mamdani hates to is neutral to Donald Trump. And this might be in part because Mamdani has a wife who he is very loyal to. So here's another confirmed route. Mamdani and Rama are in a confirmed marriage. And I forgot to mention, but Mamdani is also the Hallmark route. This is because they grew up in the same small town, New York City. So they can relate to each other on that level. And at the end of the day, there's nothing that makes Trump more comfortable than something familiar, because he is an Omega. Okay, and that completes our entire domestic route side. So with this, that is every single domestic route that Trump has ever explored. Now, to the interesting stuff, the international routes. First, let's explore from the pre-Biden administration. So the original love triangle was between Trump, Trudeau, and Enrique Peña Nieto. Trump obviously loved him, and that's why he was always talking about building a wall to Mexico, because he wanted to get Nieto's attention, right? But Nieto did not like that. He did not like the way Trump flirted with him, because he knows Trump's sugar baby tendencies, and he said he was not willing to pay for the wall. As we can see here in this tweet read by Nieto, President Donald Trump, no, Mexico will never pay for a wall. Not now, not ever. Sincerely, Mexico. all of us. And that's why in old pictures like these, you will see so much distance between the two of them. These days, Trump is really touchy with his haremis, but with Nieto, they were sitting at least 4 feet apart. This is because this was Trump's first attempt at international riz, and he was really bad at it. Now, the second part of the love triangle was Trudeau. At first, Trump and Trudeau had a love relationship, but that quickly soured. They just honestly started hating each other until Trudeau got replaced with his successor, Carney. Trump would say stuff like, "It was a pleasure to have dinner the other night with Governor Justin Trudeau of the great state of Canada. I look forward to seeing the governor again soon so that we may continue our in-depth talks on tariffs and trade, the results of which will be truly spectacular for all. Please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the US, our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount." Trudeau is truthfully the Prime Minister of Canada, but Trump keeps calling him governor because Trump wants to make Canada the 51st state of the United States of America. So, to piss off Trudeau because they don't have a great relationship, he keeps calling him governor. And this made Trudeau really mad. But they were able to put aside their differences for long enough to sign an agreement between all of the love triangles. So that's Nieto here, Trump here, and Trudeau here. And they all signed an agreement, which is basically NAFTA, but renamed into the US-Mexico-Canada agreement. But that doesn't matter. Here's them resolving the love triangle. This leads into Canada's successor, Carney. And Carney and Trump are kind of in a weird spot right now, because at first, Trump felt this way about Carney.
I'll go back and mention. I'm glad you upgraded me to president.
Oh, did I say?
That's good. I started.
But then Carney made an ad which featured Ronald Reagan talking about tariffs, and Trump said this: "The Ronald Reagan Foundation has just announced that Canada has fraudulently used an advertisement which is fake, featuring Ronald Reagan speaking negatively about tariffs." The ad was for $75 million. They only did this to interfere with the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court and other courts. Tariffs are very important to the national security and economy of the USA. Based on their egregious behavior, all trade negotiations with Canada are hereby terminated. Thank you for attention to this matter, President DJT. So Trump was very, very angry. So right now, I think it's safe to assume Trump hates Carney. Recently in the news, Trump was saying that he would resolve this with Trump when it resolves. So I would say that Carney is on neutral to friendly terms with Trump, but we're gonna say that it's neutral because that makes more sense. Okay. Are you following? Let me start denoting these. So this is the domestic route love triangle. This is love triangle 1. And now we're gonna get love triangle 2. Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin. So everybody knows that Donald Trump loves Kim Jong-un. Roll the clips.
Well, I have very good relationships with Kim Jong-un. A lot of people would say, "Oh, that's terrible." No, it's good. Someday I'll see him. I look forward to seeing him. He was very good with me. I know him better than you do. I know him better than anybody, almost.
But the thing with Kim Jong-un is kind of shy. So Kim Jong-un right now is like friends to neutral with Trump. Now, everybody knows that Kim Jong-un and Putin are BFFs. But Putin and Trump have kind of a different relationship. They have an on and off relationship. So sometimes Putin can be very sweet.
Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Like when he asked Trump to come over to Moscow next time. However, apparently in the Alaska summit, they had a fight. But now that Zelensky is coming into the picture, they're not having a fight anymore. So for Donald Trump and Putin, it's kind of a love-hate relationship. I think it's very complicated. But this second love triangle heralded the addition of a new player. Somebody that Trump had talked about since the pre-Biden era and into the post-Biden era, Xi Jinping, the president of China. Now, while Vladimir Putin was the cold Duke of the North route, Xi Jinping is the harem rival route. So Xi Jinping is Trump's core love rival because he has built this imperial harem where he brought leaders like Putin, like Kim Jong-un, like Modi, all to meet with him. People that Trump has had trouble meeting with. And so they had this complicated love-hate relationship at first. But after meeting him, I think that Trump has really warmed up to him. So much that he said something like this. That he had a very good telephone call with President Xi, and he said, "Our relationship with China is extremely strong. This call was a follow-up to our highly successful meeting in South Korea 3 weeks ago. Highly successful meeting, extremely strong. Incredibly positive language. President Xi invited me to visit Beijing in April, which I accepted and I reciprocated, where he will be my guest for a state visit in the US later in the year. They're gonna meet each other. They're gonna meet each other's families, each other's countries. We agree that it is important that we communicate often because they're in a long distance relationship and communication matters the most, which I look forward to doing. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then as you can see, he signed his name in all caps, which means that he's very excited. You can go back and look at all the other screenshots I've shown you. He very rarely does that unless he is excited, which implies that they might have a soulmate relationship, but because it's so long distance, it's hard to build up the same banter that he and Biden had, which is why he still talks about Biden to this day, because he can't get rid of that hole in his heart. For now, they love each other. Now, obviously, Xi Jinping also has connections to Modi, who loves him, because Modi is still vying for Empress Consort, and with Putin, who's also vying for Empress Consort, and with Kim Jong-un, who's also vying for Empress Consort. So as you can see, Xi Jinping also has his own little harem going on with these leaders that Trump loves the most. Modi and Trump have, I think, a neutral relationship at the moment, because while there was that whole tariff thing going on, I don't think they really have anything else going on right now. Next, Love Triangle 3. Netanyahu, Khamenei, and Trump. Obviously, Netanyahu loves Trump. They love each other. And if you don't believe me, here's a clip.
Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President,
why don't I become Jewish?
So Trump wants Netanyahu to be pardoned for his war crimes. Trump would not do this if he did not love Netanyahu, okay? Now, Khamenei, on the other hand, Khamenei and Trump have a jilted relationship. And I'm not gonna read all that, but Trump says this. This occurs right after Trump bombs the Iranian nuclear sites, which are supposed to have the nuclear weapons. However, apparently those weapons have been removed because Trump told Khamenei prior, ahead of time, that they were gonna bomb that area. Why would he do that if he did not secretly like Khamenei? I don't know. Afterwards, when Khamenei and Netanyahu broke the peace treaty that he brokered between them, Trump said, I saved him from a very ugly and ignominious death, and he does not have to say, thank you, President Trump. This is him admitting that he saved Khamenei, but he's mad because Khamenei did not give him any honey afterwards. So they used to have a loving relationship, but I think they've moved on to hate. And obviously, Khamenei and Netanyahu hate each other. That's Love Triangle 3. Very simple yaoi. Now, we move on to Love Triangle 4. It's getting a little bit more complicated. Bolsonaro and Lula. Obviously, Bolsonaro and Lula have a love-hate relationship and have had one for a while. And here's the thing. Everybody thinks that Trump loved Bolsonaro, but the truth is, Trump never loved Bolsonaro. He was only ever using him to make Lula jealous, because the truth is, Trump loved Lula, but he failed Lula's route. So Trump loves Lula, but Lula does not love Trump. Lula is neutral to Trump. Meanwhile, Bolsonaro loves Trump, but Trump is neutral to him. That's why when Trump heard that he was going to prison, he didn't care that much. He just said, oh, that's too bad. So this one is a triangle of unrequited love all around. Bolsonaro loves Trump, but Trump doesn't love him back. Trump loves Lula, but Lula doesn't love him back. And meanwhile, Lula and Bolsonaro have a weird, complicated love-hate relationship going on. And here's some proof. Trump is sitting very far apart from Lula. Same thing as in the beginning with Nieto. They're like 6 feet apart, because Trump is failing this route. Trump only ever sits this far apart from routes he fails. Here are some clips of Trump talking about Lula.
He liked me, I liked him, because we had excellent chemistry.
See, he likes him a lot. Meanwhile, for Bolsonaro, this is how he feels.
Sir, are you worried about the president being arrested today? What? Any comment about the former Brazilian president being arrested today?
No, I don't know anything about it. I haven't heard.
Mr. President, are you willing?
I didn't hear. Is that what happened?
Yes, there's a citation.
That's too bad. That's too bad. No,
That's too bad.
Trump does not really care about him the way he cares about what Lula thinks of him. So this is Love Triangle number 4. One thing about the love triangle is that Lula and Macron are married, and this is a confirmed route because Macron says this. Some people compared the images from my visit to Brazil to those of a wedding, and I say to them, it was a wedding! France loves Brazil, and Brazil loves France. And Macron said it. I didn't say it. Macron said it. And Macron and Trump have this thing going on. Now, Macron is touchy with everybody, but he does not shy away from Trump like some other leaders might do. Trump is gripping him by the hand, and then he pulls him away, and they walk away hand in hand. And if you look here, Trump has a huge grin on his face. A huge grin, not as big as when he was with Mamdani, but this is a very positive grin. And Macron also has a grin on his face, very positive grin. He's happy to be being led away. Here you can see what I mean by Trump is an omega, but he likes to act like an alpha. When he acts like an alpha, he can get the alphas and the omegas, and that is good for him because he can get whoever he wants. The thing is, it's not really working out in his favor because he's not getting whoever he wants. But to some extent, the omega pretending to be an alpha strategy works. So Macron and Trump seem to love each other, but Macron loves everybody. Now we move on to Love Triangle 5, which includes one of our members from Love Triangle 2, Putin, Zelensky, and Trump. Putin and Zelensky hate each other. Now we know that Trump and Putin have a love-hate relationship. Zelensky and Trump, he loves Zelensky a little bit more distantly. At one point, Trump loved him, and he told him that Zelensky could get all of his land back from Putin. But he changed his mind as soon as he talked to Putin. Every time he says something to Zelensky, Putin comes and ruins it. They're kind of in a neutral love situation where it's not necessarily hate, but it's not necessarily love either. It's masquerading as love. This is Love Triangle number 5. And let me show you some examples. Here is something that Trump tweeted about Zelensky. It began long before I took office for a second term during the sleepy Joe Biden administration, during the Biden era. Now, this is Trump bringing up Biden again 2 days ago, but I digress. Ukraine leadership, talking about Zelensky here, has expressed zero gratitude for our efforts. You can say that Trump hates Zelensky here, but I don't think he does. I think he's just lashing out in jealousy because none of his harems are going right, and even Zelensky is not going right, and so the closest thing he can lash out to is Zelensky. Overall, this love triangle is not going well for anybody. Now, Zelensky has some friends. Macron and Zelensky are friends with benefits. We know this because Macron winks at everybody, but he is always also winking at Zelensky. And not only that, but they hold regular phone calls. So I would say they're friends lovers. Also has a few other friends who went and visited him during his date with Trump. This includes Stubb, the president of Finland, Merz, the German chancellor, Meloni, the Italy PM, and Mark Rutte, who is the Secretary General of NATO. Now here are their relations to Trump. These are going to be very fast, and I'll show you the clips right after. Trump loves Stubb.
He's a tall guy. Good looking. You look better than I've ever seen you look. You're a young, powerful man.
Stubb is neutral to Trump. Trump loves Merz.
You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan?
Merz is neutral to Trump. Trump loves Mark Rutte.
Hi, Mark. Mark Rutte, fantastic job. Thank you very much, Mark. Mark is head of NATO.
And Mark Rutte loves Trump.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while, you have.
Now, Meloni is our in-game Fujoshi. She and Merz are friends, and she tries to convince Merz that he and Trump are meant to be together. Next, we are going to explore our friends to lovers routes. Milei, the Argentinian president, and Trump are friends to lovers. And you can see in this clip where Trump is saying he won't send money to Argentina if Milei does not win the election.
So we would not be generous with Argentina if that happened. If he loses, we are not going to be generous with Argentina.
Trump is also friends to lovers with Albanese, who is the Australian PM. And you can see it in this clip where Trump talks about how committed they are.
There's never been any games. We're strongly committed. There are some games with other countries. But
finally, one of our newer routes, Trump and Anwar Ibrahim, who is the PM of Malaysia, are a tentative love. Trump is kind of being a bad boy when he meets with him. He's making him break rules. I think Ibrahim kind of likes that rush, which makes him smitten with Trump. So I'll say love to neutral. Okay, now that we are getting back into Asia, let's talk about political Yuri. So Trump and Sanae Takaichi are best friends, right? Obviously, because Takaichi is into political Yuri. And Takaichi's mentor is Shinzo Abe, who was Trump's old fling, and they loved each other because Abe stayed by Trump no matter what. Here is Trump and Takaichi as best friends. She's obviously Yuri. And now here's Trump and Shinzo Abe, who are on the golf course together. And as you can see, they're matching colors. You know, he's wearing blue with stripes like an American. He's wearing all white, like how the Japanese flag's background is all white. They're like matching each other, you know? And then he's wearing white pants, he's wearing black pants. It's very obvious that they had a fling. But after Shinzo Abe was assassinated, the only comfort he could find was in the girl that Abe mentored, who Trump is now best friends with, for the Yuri. And together, they make a Yuri Yaoi harem dream team. Next in Asia, our sixth love triangle, the
circles?
two Koreas. Trump's bias, Lee Jae-myung, and Trump's bias wrecker, Kim Jong-un. Kim feels neutral to friends to Trump, and Trump loves Kim Jong-un. Opposingly, Trump and Lee Jae-myung both love each other. That's why Lee Jae-myung gave Trump something fit for royalty. This crown. Look how happy Trump is about it. He's like, wow, something fit for a queen like me, an Omega queen like me. That's him, by the way. Kim Jong-un and Lee Jae-myung do not like each other. This is love triangle number 6. Okay, you guys, still with me? We got one more. We got the Middle East DLC and then an extra edition. Okay, Middle East DLC first. Mohammed bin Salman. Now, Mohammed bin Salman is the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. This is our royalty route. And they have a love relationship. And you can tell because of this meeting where Trump says this.
By formally designating Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally.
Next, we have Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, who is the Emir of Qatar. And he gave Trump a giant Boeing jet present. If that's not a mutual love, I don't know what is. So I feel like we can say that is a mutual love. And Trump said this about accepting the jet.
I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too.
Next, Ahmed al-Shara, who is the Syrian president. Trump described him as a young, attractive guy. Roll the clip.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy.
I'm not sure if this is mutual love, though. So for now, I will say that he is neutral, but Trump obviously loves him. Next, the president of Turkey, Erdogan. Trump says this about him.
He's a tough cookie, but he's been my friend. And every time I've ever needed him, he's been there for me. So I just want to thank President Erdogan.
He has always been there for him. If this is not mutual love, then none of these routes are correct. Next, the president of Egypt, El Sisi. Trump says this about him.
During the campaign against crooked Hillary Clinton, have you heard of her? So I went up to meet him first, and we like each other so much that she waited for about an hour and a half. And I think your meeting lasted about 2 minutes with her. So I always remembered that. But that was our first meeting. We had great chemistry together. And he's a fantastic man.
And he said that he believed Trump deserved the Nobel Peace Prize. Mutual love. So overall, Trump actually had great success in the Middle East DLC, which finishes out our entire map of all the political leaders, except for one person, a new addition that I had to add in last minute just today, Cristiano Ronaldo. Trump obviously loves him. But he is confirmed to be married to Georgina Rodriguez, who he is using as a buffer when he meets with Trump. So I wouldn't say he hates Trump, but I think he is neutral to Trump because he does not want to date him. And that is our athlete star soccer player route. And with that, that is the entire political yaoi dating sim love pairing master diagram with evidence and explanations. Now that you're all caught up, we can continue political yaoi like normal. So thank you so much for 200K, Loomis. We couldn't have gone this far in political yaoi without you guys. I can't wait to make the diagram even more convoluted. Okay, I'll see you. I love you guys. Bye. XOXO. Bye, Loomis.
Sleeps on call with Putin. Oh yeah. Look, he's tapping in Destiny in a Hassan Avi thumbnail. What happened in Washington? What's going on? Oh my god. I have a lot to tell you. More streamer drama.
All right, guys,
Oh,
welcome
shit.
back. Another episode of Allcraft. It's been a little bit, but we are back at it again, of course, with my co-host, Rich Campbell. And we were just looking right before the show, and we were checking to see what did we talk about last time. And the last episode was about, did Dragonflight meet our expectations?
No.
No, that's too bad. So, yeah,
pretty bad.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. So, yeah, are you still playing WoW at all?
Okay, I played. What's this expansion? Shadow.
I don't know. It's the War Within.
The War Within.
Yes,
I actually did play.
I played it for 2 days.
That's crazy to me.
2.5.
It's actually crazy to me. Like, dude, I've
heard
been
the
watching you
raids
stream
are
a whole
cool.
bunch.
Yeah.
And having you never play WoW ever kind of doesn't make sense.
It's weird, honestly. Like, I even had a real life friend. I went to high school with him, and he's like, dude, this is weird that you're not playing WoW. Like, you need to at least play the game sometimes. Like, this is just, it's just fucked up, man.
It's just like, I had this thing in the back of our head.
Yeah.
I wasn't convinced that you weren't like a psyop. Right. Like put in by Mossad. Is this how we start the episode?
Mossad.
To take down World of Warcraft.
Yes.
I thought you were that
I'm
guy.
like the dark agent paid by Final Fantasy.
The Final
to just
Fantasy
take it down.
Mossad.
Yes. But then once you were gone, there's no excuse anymore, right? Because I was like, okay, I also haven't been streaming. I thought maybe streaming was killing the game for me.
Uh-huh.
No, the game is fucking lame as. Oh wait, I can't curse, right?
We don't give a fuck.
The game is lame as all. Like, it's this weird furry simulator.
It's gay and retarded. That's what it is. It's gay and retarded. I'll say it. You don't have to say it. I'll say it. It's so fucking lame. There is, and I went and I watched the Warlords of Draenor.
Holy smokes. They're done. They don't like playing WoW. The podcast is called Allcraft.
Also, this is not an effective counter to Destiny's argument. I can't believe I'm defending Destiny here now. What the f is happening? Yeah, it's Somalis, not Somalians, but that's, I feel like, a lost cause. Now, you know what? Before we look at the vandalism that's taking place in like different Somali childcare facilities, let's take a look at what Asmongold's commentary looks like, given that he's one of the largest content creators on this platform, and also happens to be,
The dog
covering
bed
this
is
issue
empty.
extensively.
The Somalians, Somali migrants, Somalia, the Somali Democrat fraud, Somalians to Somalia, migrants from Somalia, the Somalians, Somalian terrorists. The Somalians, Somali area, Somalia, Somalia with them. The Somalians, Somalian daycares, Somalians, and
It's white people owning
this
black
low
people.
income,
How is that hard to
ignorant,
understand?
delusional, brain dead, third world importation of all of these illiterate people that can't speak English, that have no.
I'm going to say it. Every single Somali person that Nick Shirley encountered is infinitely more intelligent than Nick Shirley. And not just Nick Shirley, but anyone who was duped by Nick Shirley's video. Straight up. Asmongold included.
Skills, live off the government, and are effectively parasites on the United States of America is a class war. All the comments saying you're a Nazi? Guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler.
He is and remains a complete parasite, a scrounger, like a harmful bacteria always spreading further. His presence produces the effect of...
Yeah, these guys also they love doing this thing where it's like, you're calling me a Nazi because I'm basically saying the exact same things that Adolf Hitler said about marginalized groups. Well, guess what? We've destigmatized Adolf Hitler. It's like, I don't think we have, actually. I don't think we have. I mean, I know you're trying to do it, but we clearly haven't. And that's precisely the reason why you go back and forth on saying Nick Fuentes is based, but then also simultaneously getting offended whenever people call you a Nazi. He's decided, I guess the next pivot here is to say, actually, calling someone a Nazi is not going to be, not going to have the same strength anymore. It'll come back. Don't worry. Hopefully it'll have the same strength again.
A parasitic plant. Wherever he settles, the people who welcome him will be wiped out eventually.
Because these parasites have come in from other countries. They're stealing our money.
Parasites? How does it even make...
What? They're parasites because they take a job? Yes, of course they are. What is a parasite? A parasite attaches itself to a host country. Stay with me here.
Let him fight. Let him fight. No, it's good. I'm glad that Destiny took time out of his busy day yelling at the left.
I think Hassan is like an enemy of the other country. I think he's like Jackson Hinkle territory to me, like worse than Fuentes right now.
So Mr. Liberal finally woke up to the.
That's like whoever keeps this guy alive in North Texas is like, people, it's not enough that we like you, other people can't like you. Racism in America is like fucking insane, and the media aspects of it blow my fucking mind. Like, oh my god, these fucking cartels go nuts just to spread fucking toxic lies any way they can, and these days, to keep oversight away, to keep citizen oversight away. You can't criticize these people without watching them, but watching them is just so repugnant. But at that point, it's like, okay, well, they must say something that's obviously terrible, right? No, because their rhetorical style requires an engagement on a level that lends itself to a nomic crisis. You can say what these people are doing, and because of like the general nature and the untaught nature of what they're doing, like, people don't know how to differentiate that from like well-adjusted behavior. There's no vocabulary for it, and there's no effort to teach people why this is dangerous, or how this inspires like hatred and discrimination and division. And that's happening everywhere. And so these people take advantage of this nomic crisis to keep people from understanding the how would I put it, like the nuances of the interaction between people in this media. So you're in like one of two camps. You either have to absolutely hate it because it could be so repugnant, and then you're dividing yourself from everyone else, or you engage with it, and all of a sudden anything you say is unexplainable to anyone who has to filter this out or whatever, for whatever social obligation. You don't understand like where people generally disagree with these things, like why a moderate would ever consider anything these people say. And now with like Asmongold, it's just straight up saying slurs all the time. Now it's just like being racist and saying slurs to like drive people off. So like, how are you supposed to explain that like anything this person says could be okay if like now you have to think like, oh, well, this could be some cryptic reference to like a racist thing. Once again, the solution is to teach people about how systems of power work. But everyone wants this like hands-on learning because of how they interact with technology now. And it's just getting worse. It's just getting worse. People are disengaging from politics, and it's leading to another terrible conservative era in which our rights are rolled back. And there doesn't seem to be any sign of stopping any of this without some like serious bans. I wish they would. At this point, we're reaching that point where like a social media ban, where like a video game ban, where like a touchscreen smartphone ban might be the only way that any sort of civility is secured for the future. And it's fucking ridiculous.
Reality that there is a person who is doing unlimited Nazi propaganda on a daily basis. Jesus Christ.
It attaches itself to a host, and then it extracts nutrients, resources, and life force out of that for itself.
The effect of his existence resembles also that of parasites. Where he appears, the host people die out sooner or later.
It is insane that a guy who lives in filth and contributes nothing but hatred to American society gets to call random low-wage workers, low-wage workers parasites, dude. Their contributions are endless in comparison to you, my man. Jesus Christ, what the f have you contributed? Fuck! You don't do anything. If there's anyone that could be adequately considered a parasite, it would be the guy who just sits around and just goes, yeah, based over Donald Trump videos. It's mind-boggling to me.
And there's an even newer clip. All the comments saying you're a Nazi. Now is Twitch okay with this? Is this final solution? This is low-key some Adolf. This is just like, guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler. This is, listen, maybe this works on Reddit, but it doesn't work anywhere else. Why don't we have a state?
100% does. In the real world, which Asmongold will never actually go out and encounter other human beings for the most part, because he never leaves his filthy ass home. But in the real world, of course, someone would absolutely turn around and go, what do you mean being called a Nazi for saying Adolf Hitler style is like, what are you doing here? You can't be defending your statements like this. Go ahead, dude. Go to any community, run around talking about like these guys are parasitic. The Klan rally that you might attend would be the only appropriate place where you can say shit like this. Sure, the average American is certainly can be very racist, especially towards migrants, especially towards Black and Muslim migrants. Certainly. Having said that, the moment that you start talking about how Hitler is based, I don't think most Americans are going to be on board with that. Look at Hassan, meat riding Asmongold for the 300th day in a row. Does it feel like the walls are closing in a little bit on your daddy? On a person that you consider to be this idealistic intellectual? Is that why you guys keep coming in here and crying? Is that what it is? That there is like maybe a fraction of the scrutiny on the shit that he says on a daily basis, and all of a sudden now it's like, oh, you guys, why are you paying attention to him? I don't know. Why are you so scared? Better yet, why is he so scared to have a conversation with someone like myself, for example? That post also got like 800 upvotes in 3 minutes. Reddit is for bots. No, it's super botted. With the numbers of viewers and subs, it seems like the walls are closing in here. With the numbers of viewers and subs, it seems like the walls are closing in here. What kind of narrative building is this? I've stayed consistently around the same exact numbers for the past year, while also simultaneously retaining the same number of subscribers. How many subscribers does Asmongold have? Do you honestly think this is an own? You're like, wow, dude, look at you with your 44,000 subscribers. Like, oh no, I am a victim, dude. You caught me. But once again, why the f does it matter to you? You're just a random dude. Why are you dick riding for another dude? Used to be a fan of Asmon back when he made gaming content. Nowadays, 100% of his content is politically biased and caters to white nationalists. He loves to fan the flames of anything conservative because he knows that is where his money comes from. At the end of the day, I doubt most of the things he says he even really stands behind. It's all about how much of that specific audience he can make like-minded content for. No, 100%. I've been saying that. It's not like he's shy about admitting it either. He just openly will say he's only self-interested, and he will say whatever is actually beneficial for him. That's precisely the reason why he's changed his mind about a lot of the stuff that, you know, public consciousness is shifted on. The only reason why he keeps leaning into the racism stuff is because he sees that the most commonly in his own subreddit and on Twitter. And he actually has a false assessment here. He genuinely thinks that because this kind of narrative is actually a lot more popular and overemphasized on the internet, that it's actually a narrative that is gaining momentum or popularity still, the anti-immigrant stuff that he's doing. It's not. Yeah, flexing another man's accomplishments remains the lamest shit. These guys have no shame. Dude, they are K-pop stans. That's what's so crazy. Imagine being a K-pop stan for Asmongold. At least K-pop stans, at least K-pop artists are hot. You know, at least like you can listen to their music. You're over here standing for this creature, brother. Holy Jesus. Yeah, you're also like a grown-ass man too. God damn.
Where we bring in 50 million illegal immigrants. We will send every illegal immigrant to one state, and we'll see what it's like after 10 years. That's right.
Buddy, that state is called California, and it's got the 5th highest GDP in the world.
That's a great point. The reason why California's GDP is so high is because of illegal aliens. It's not because of all the businesses that are trillion-dollar businesses.
Okay, I don't understand. The California argument is actually not wrong. And who the do you think works in the businesses? Like, do you think the entire businesses that exist in this country are comprised, like every single business in California is just, there's no migrants working there, undocumented or documented alike?
It's not because of Silicon Valley. Oh, no, of course not. It's actually because of the illegal aliens.
So stupid. You don't know a single fact about literally anything.
That's right. Of course.
As opposed to what?
I think we need to shut off agriculture in its entirety. California doesn't just have Silicon Valley, even though Silicon Valley heavily relies on H-1B visas, but that's not even what we're going to be talking about here. We're talking about agriculture. California has a robust agricultural output, and the agricultural output is entirely with migrant workers, okay? It's kept up with migrant workers, both seasonal workers and migrant workers that have the proper documentation, and also undocumented migrant workers as well. No more food. Now, of course, yeah, the agriculture is a $60 billion business a year in California. Now, regardless, the proper solution here is not to deport migrants, or the argument here isn't, oh, well, migrants are actually working these low-wage jobs that American citizens would never take on. So obviously we need to keep having a steady flow of basically slave labor that's coming into the country. That's not the argument, or at least that's not my solution. I understand that the two-tiered labor system actually depresses wages for the domestic labor force as well. And the adequate solution here is to create wage parity and the proper documentation given to every single migrant worker. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's the only effective solution. But of course, all these guys want to do is the final solution. Why? Because they're coping. Asmongold has experienced tremendous success for a incompetent head who doesn't really know too much. He is the success story. There's a reason why a lot of people love him and praise him like he is their god, because they're also the sweaty, unwashed losers who still sit at home in their parents' house and just spend most of their time after sucking the man's dick on a daily basis. They come home, they crack open a can of Budweiser beer, and they watch Asmongold talk shit about migrants. It is coming from a place of unimaginable insecurity. The notion that your life is dog shit and you have nothing to look forward to, but at least there's a guy out there who resembles your most awful qualities who's actually succeeding, right? And that's the reason why they celebrate this man like he's the second coming of Jesus Christ. And one of the main points of propaganda here is, of course, to say, hey, you know what? My life is but it's probably because there's brown people out there who are actually ruining this country. My life is because of random Guatemalans. My life is because random Somali people live on U.S. soil. It's not. Your life is because of capitalism. You won't recognize it. You will never recognize it. And you've been duped. You've been duped from the start, and you refuse to understand the system. So you just keep looking for a group of people that are more vulnerable that you can bully. That's what playground bullies do. And that's what a big driver for right-wing sentiment is. It's the same exact childlike attitude. Kid gets bullied at home, has a shitty home life, father is beating the out of him. He goes to the playground and he tries to beat on all the little kids that are smaller than he is. Why is that kid doing that at the playground? He's doing it because his life sucks and he wants to universalize the pain for others. He's doing it because that makes the playground bully feel strong, constantly punching down. And that's what it is. It's most like, when it's reduced to its bare bones, the major driver for this kind of like white nationalist sentiment is the insecurity that comes from having a pathetic life that does not match the dreams that you set out for yourself when you were 12 years old. None of these guys actually have achieved a level of success that they're comfortable with in their own lives, so they're constantly looking for other people that they can basically cyberbully on the internet, and that somehow makes them feel better about themselves. And he is a perfect vessel for this kind of anxiety. He's a perfect vessel for this kind of animosity, this kind of anger, because he's the random loser who made it, right? In their eyes, he is a god.
All the illegal immigrants in fucking Alabama and Louisiana and fucking Georgia, are you serious? I am getting rage baited. It's rage bait. Don't link me this. I just want.
That's right, guys. That's right. Hey, guys, keep in mind, the reason why California is rich is because they have a bunch of illegal aliens. That's great. I had no idea. I thought it was the rich tech companies and the fact that it's like an incredible place geographically. It's like right next to the sea. It's always been one of the biggest states. It has one of the highest populations also, so it's going to naturally have a higher GDP. Yeah, okay.
Oh my God. It's rage bait.
Also, this is not an effective counter to Destiny's argument. I can't believe I'm defending Destiny here now. What the f is happening? Destiny's argument is, if undocumented migrants destroy entire economies, why the f is California so successful? That's it. If undocumented migrants are responsible for the death and destruction of entire ecosystems, entire economies, then why is California the fifth largest economy on the planet as a standalone state?
I'm getting rage bait. I know he's rage baiting me.
Yes.
I know it. I know he's rage baiting me.
This is what happens when you have to see the truth. And if I was rage baiting, it is working. The only way that...
Oh my God, yes, that's right. I'm simply rage baiting you. You have raged.
They are a net...
Man, this sucks. I like it better when Hassan talks about it. I've had nothing to respond to today. I've had nothing to respond to today. I can watch Sam Hyde more often than I can watch Asmongold these days. What's going on? What is going on? I need to take a break real quick. Cause I've been sitting here for 2 hours and I just need to move a little bit just to get my brain juices flowing and maybe grab some water or something. Let's see. Here. Oh, this person's... One sec.
You can't use an emulator? Well, I can, but I kind of want... I don't know, the DS emulators, I feel like all the fun of the DS is having the stylus. Just don't tell. Here I am playing on my unmodded 3DS, streaming it. Crusader Kings 3. Oh, I think it's up here for me. It might be in great. I think I'm gonna reserve the best for truly like my favorite games. Although man, I really like Crusader Kings 3. I should play more though. I think I'm really bad at this game. But I would like to learn to actually play it. The Paintball arc was good. I had fun playing the Game of Thrones mod too. Oh my gosh, they did give me DLC too! Pop them up! No. I cannot be bought! I can't be bought just because they gifted me free DLC. Not sponsored. It's staying in great tier. They did send me DLCs. I almost forgot about that. I'm standing by my principles. Yeah, Crusader Kings 3, great game. I want to play more. Wait, did I put Age of Empires? No, I think I did. I'm like, did I forget to put that one? No, I think I put it. Good pizza, great pizza. It's good. I don't know what to tell you. This game is good. It's a good simulator. It does well at what it does, and I actually played this many hours off stream. So I feel like that's the test. It's a good simulator. You love that game? The only thing I don't love is I think it has like mobile game elements in it. But I feel like they weren't that intrusive because I don't remember them. can't remember. No, because I don't think it has like paid. Does it have pay to win? It is a mobile game, but it doesn't have like, you don't have to like pay to play, right? I mean, I bought this game on Steam. I think it's good though. I'm tempted to bump it down for the mobile game elements though. It was like $20 for a mascot to stand around. Even if you buy it, there's still microtransactions. Maybe it has to go in okay then. I'm starting to feel like a me side. Because it's hard to put like a simple game above me side. But simple doesn't mean that it's worse than a more complicated game, you know? Just because it's simpler. Why is me side so low? I don't know, it didn't hit as much for me. I think it didn't hit. That's so vague though. It's so vague. I'm a Yandere fan. Yandere lover. So I have really high standards. I'm very picky when it comes to my Yanderes. You know? She wasn't Monica. I'm sorry, but nobody can be Monica. And then Papa's Pizzeria. It's good. It's good. I don't know what to tell you. It's good. All the Papa's games are good. It is what it is. There is no game wrong to mention. This one, I think it was okay. Am I being too mean? This was not the Reddit game. Great. I don't know. I feel like it was about there with me side, you know?
Check out my shirt.
I should pump everything up.
Got this at Buffalo Exchange.
This one?
Let's see.
It was a Reddit game, but it wasn't as Reddit as the other game.
I thought it was cool. Well, I was like, I want to try this on. The lady's like, ooh, swag.
It was pretty fun.
Yeah, it's got like the city there.
It was pretty fun.
Some silhouettes, little compass.
The Walking Dead
I was surprised because like you go to Buffalo Exchange,
is
right?
Gonna be,
and you see all this stuff there that's just like you can you can understand why someone would get rid of some of this stuff. It has like a controversial message, or you know, it's like self-deprecating in some way. Like when we were looking at that DTA stuff, like you see that on the rack a lot. But then I found this little gem. And I thought, why would someone get rid of this? And so I tried it on, and it's really thin material. Like you're meant to layer. But like yeah, like man, I scored with this one, and I think it was discounted. I think I only paid like $5 for this shirt or something. So yeah, there's still good stuff at the thrift store out there, especially if you like t-shirts. Anyway, get back to it.
I'm not that into you. Your maxilla is quite recessed, you know.
This is so embarrassing. Your maxilla is quite recessed.
Talk about how some people were spending their Christmas Eve. And by some people, I mean Clavicular, also known as kick streamer who can't stop using the N-word. This is from Jarvis Johnson, friend of the show. Jarvis covered Clavicular. I have talked about him a little bit as well. A guy who came out from the lookism, looks maxing community with BP edits and whatnot. I started seeing him on my TikTok For You page, and basically I did not like what I saw. He was just giving ED to young men in general and causing them to have severe body dysmorphia and genuine complications. Black pill edits, BP edits are pretty devastating, but this is a person whose entire content revolves around looks maxing. ED is eating disorders, chat. Looks maxing, changing the way you look in an effort to ascend to being a Chad. What is this? The clip of him and Bradley is so funny. He put his titty on his shoulder.
Boys, we're about to go out. I haven't been to the gym in about 3 weeks, so hence the lack of gains. Ed's gambling in the back. But essentially what you're going to want to do, fellas, is tape this to your delts so that you actually look like you have a little bit of size on you when you're like me and all you're doing is partying all the time and not lifting.
Yeah. I saw a clip of you putting, like, I don't know, on your shoulders.
Shoulder pads?
Bro, that was, I'm not gonna lie, that was the gayest thing I've ever saw, though.
That's gay?
That's so
How is that gay?
Because it's like,
but it gets you a result.
I don't think it's gay. And I'm stealing this from a doll I saw on my For You page.
This is all
but
very
it's objectively, it's trans. There was this, it's drag, but also beyond drag, because they take hormones and stuff.
It's a real drag, man.
Too, is kind of giving trans. And before people get mad at me for saying this, I mean, it is quite literally gender affirming care to a degree that is unsustainable and unhealthy. I would.
Well, that's a really divisive thing, isn't it? I think the problem here is that he's looking for validation from a machine that's never going to give it to him because it knows it can monetize him if it commodifies his confidence. We're looking at commodified confidence. It's insane, and it's too common.
I'd say that gender confirmation for trans people is very healthy. It helps you avoid suicide, things like that. Makes you more comfortable in your own skin. Whereas these guys are basically breaking their brains through gender affirming care. Yeah,
Oh yeah, and they do it on Discord. They're negative to each other like this on Discord. They have these these social hierarchies based on first of all, did you grow up rich? Okay, we're not gonna mention it, but we can tell. That's the first and only thing you can ever use to rise to the top in one of these communities. Second of all, they're demanding of you some amount of meanness. They want you to be mean. You can't be neutral. You can't be realistic or whatever. If people start breaking it down and introducing unique experiences and perspective to these discussions, so any kind of subjectivity, that gets shot down immediately. You can't be subjective. You have to learn the code of the Brotherhood. And then beyond that, it's are you one of us or one of them? Are you one of us or one of them? You can say fuck this, fuck that, or whatever, but if you look right, they want you there. If you say the right thing a few times, they want you there. That is the type of brotherhood you find on these online communities. And these guys focus on teaching people to be emotionally abusive to others. you can say, oh, they suffer too or whatever, and that's not the point. Of course they suffer, because they're comparing themselves to an ideal. The fact of the matter is what sets this community apart from any sort of community that would ever move away from this is this hierarchical manipulation. Teaching this emotional manipulation. If people unlearn these things, they might start to be able to have conversations about subjectivity. But this divisiveness, where things can't be subjective, where people are learning to be dominant by emotionally abusing others, that is what is like definitively setting this apart from just some regular friend group that happens to be subjected to some kind of like fad, some sort of fitness fad, some sort of aesthetics fad. These people are toxic, and they reproduce that toxicity so that it finds itself in other communities.
He is a male-to-male trans man, trans mask, and it's beyond reason. It's beyond being healthy in general. It's just like
look at how Hasan argues with this. This is what gives Hasan confidence, because Hasan is just that. He's a media man. Of course, you know, when Hasan does this casually, he's doing it as some kind of like globetrotter, some kind of world observer, as a journalist, where like, oh yeah, I could get one up on anybody. You put Hasan anywhere, he's gonna act different. These guys are going to inject this agenda every time, in the same way that Hasan injects his agenda, which has really only been shown to be like, you know, watch people online, take advice from people who know more than you or whatever. You know, in any other world, you know, Hasan would be giving like a healthy message. But these guys are just, these people make the terrible world, you know?
This is the unironic, unhealthy version of what conservatives claim trans people are doing. This kid is 19 years old, and he's so obsessed with ascending in this completely made up tier structure. At the age of 19, he looks like he's in his 30s almost. I mean, he looks young and old at the same time, and apparently he's like microdosing methamphetamines, like not even Adderall, straight up crystal meth. How are you gonna take your shirt off in front of a girl and have your shoulder titties fall out? Yeah. And of course, as he got more and more popular on TikTok, he got a kick contract. And as soon as he got a kick contract, he got way more racist. There was one big initial racist moment where he had, they asked him about how he feels about Marlon. You guys know Marlon. He's the FaZe adjacent content creator. He's a model. I've played basketball with him before. He's an athlete. He's a decent guy. I like him. Right? He's a very handsome fellow. And he was asked about whether or not Marlon was a Chad or something. And his response basically was like, oh, he would be a Chad, but he's black. And that's when everyone was like, what the f do you mean he'd be a Chad but he's black? Like, what? That sounds a little racist. And after that, he started collaborating with Nick Fuentes, doing all this shit. And leaning into it, and then he actually blew up even further from that, and then he got a kick contract, and now he says the N-word all the time. I don't know if Jarvis covers all this stuff, so I just wanted to give you the proper backstory. But it's like this. Look, Clav's goals are inspiring. It's like this. This guy looks like he just did crystal and got into a fight 2 days ago. He looks so unhealthy. I know.
Play video games, blast meth, and you know, just do that. Like I just want to mog 9 to 5s, meth maxing. You know, like, I want to grind this game so hard that, like, the guy who gets home from work and has, like, maybe a PS4 from back in the day, I just want to destroy him because I'm on meth. You know, I want to play video games.
You know, like that.
I don't want anything but a white girl.
Are you serious?
Yeah, bro, what are we talking about? Like, you would get with anything not...
What?
You get with anything not normal?
Not normal?
Not like the normal race? You wouldn't do that?
The normal race. I think he's talking about white people.
Cardio show, as you guys might have seen. So hopefully...
There's an entire... Bro, there is an entire universe. There is an entire universe around these guys. And these communities, like, pop off. You might think, like, oh, this only has 72 views like, or 72 likes. Who gives a shit? I'm telling you right now.
This guy's a fucking plant. I hate these people. They're just so fucking useless. Don't say anything when these things happen.
There is a combined multiple billions in the audience, in the fandom. Like,
and it's like they're doing it in front of everyone. Like, what the fuck is that?
Millions of eyeballs, billions of impressions.
Be excellent. Be eloquent.
It's so insane. This was when he was like fully pivoting into the right wing a while back. There is the gym cell. I forget his name. The one who always says
subjectivity is just, it's not. It doesn't click. It doesn't click with these guys.
God, Gyno. I think he's very funny though.
All of you.
In fact, I would go on to describe this as media that targets audiences where subjectivity is a pain point, without ever resolving that, which is extremely concerning.
Yeah, but he's black.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's not?
Have you seen his parents? They're white.
Yeah.
I think he's just really sad. Well, he does mock.
He mocks us to oblivion.
Oh shit! I'm like shaking my head.
Yeah, and after this, like people were like, "What the f do you mean? No, he can't mog. He's black." And then he literally leaned into it, and like did a collab stream with Nick Fuentes. My nephew's elementary school age in Iraq follow these people is so depressing. Yeah, I don't think you guys understand. This
my younger cousin does this.
Preys on young boys' insecurities, so it is universal. No, it's not surprising to me at all. I think a lot of you are so outside of this age range that you forgot how malleable you were when you were younger, and you genuinely cannot comprehend how this kind of stuff could be so enticing.
I don't know. They got a whole fucking Netflix series about it. Y'all ever see Amazing Digital Circus? Yeah.
To a person that's like 12, 13, 14 years old and has a girl.
Now hear me out. Well, hear me out. I can't explain why that's true, but Pomni is very short, like a child.
Girl that they really like. Like, I can think of myself at that age. That's why I'm very open about this. Like, if I was 13 years old, 14 years old right now, I'd be all over this because this is basically creating this binary guideline for you. It's giving you clear-cut, achievable goals, step by step. The problem is it's also anchored around like very negative and very unhealthy views of oneself. And the people, you know, the insane people are leading the asylum pretty much. Because like a 14-year-old should not be learning about life from a 19-year-old. That's the problem. And it's presented as like cheat codes. All these other adults around these people also don't give a because they're all grifter content creators themselves. So none of them actually turn around and go, hey man, I think you should probably not do you shouldn't do this stuff. I don't think this is healthy for you. And I don't think it's healthy for your audience. So no one actually turns around and like checks them or tries to guide them in a healthier way. But the reason why this is so universal, the reason why people are so invested in this stuff all around the world is because the experiences that people have, they're fairly universal too. I was 13 years old in Turkey, right? I was 14 years old in Turkey growing up. I had the same problems that other 13 to 14-year-olds have, and those problems don't change. Like, you like a girl, you're too shy, you're unsure about yourself, you're unsure about who you want to be, you're unsure about, you have a lot of anxieties, you have hormones that are coursing through your veins. It's crazy. And especially nowadays, you have unlimited, unrestricted access to the internet, and you start developing these very, very unhealthy attitudes about who you are supposed to be, or how you are supposed to achieve certain goals that you set for yourself. And if your goals are, how do I talk to women? How do I make women like me? These guys give you basically a cheat sheet. But in the process, my biggest goal always is to defeat insecurity, defeat that crippling anxiety. And that comes from within. That comes from repetition. That comes from working. That comes from achieving goals that you set for yourself. What these guys are doing, however, is unironically making you more insecure as you accomplish some of these goals, because the starting point is unhealthy. The outlook is unhealthy. That's the reality. This is the dark side of self-improvement. Self-improvement is a great concept. Fantastic concept. It's very important for me. And I try to explain that to others as well. I tell people all the time, you always should be on a journey of self-improvement. It's a good thing. But these guys are actually not improving the one aspect that they have to improve, which is self-reliance and confidence. But because it's anchored around this like unimaginably insecure fake hierarchy that they've cultivated for themselves, they will never achieve confidence. And without confidence, gym maxing means nothing. You're still an insecure, whiny loser, even if you're jacked. And the older you get without achieving this confidence, the older you get without achieving self-reliance and confidence and security in your own skin, the worse the world looks for you, because you keep carrying those insecurities into every conversation that you have, every social interaction that you have. And then you keep going, I'm trying so hard, but I'm not achieving the results I want to achieve. Why the is that happening? And then people fall into even a darker pit of despair, right? And that's when they get fully black pilled. They go, oh, I'm just not good enough. My facial structure is not good enough. I'm just too short. Women ain't they should want me. I'm so alpha. I'm so good. I've done so much and they still don't want me. They still reject me. Yeah, they're rejecting you because you're insecure, but you can't recognize that because you think security comes from how you present yourself to others. Whereas security actually comes from within. The looks maxing community initially came from like bodybuilding forums, but it took a life of its own in the right wing incel sphere, and it's very, very racist. This is the reason why there's like also a mass adoption of the term physiognomy, like the that you see all over the internet now. TikTok basically normalized and mainstreamed a lot of these different cultural variants that were relegated to the dark rooms of the internet, you know, forums and things like that. Now it's all over. If I could give you a day off of the mere knowledge of this shit, I would. No, I mean, I know all about this stuff. There are older videos of me checking the Lookism website for like all the way back in like 2018, 2019, because they would talk about me all the time on there to be like, oh, this guy he's like a natural Chad or something. I don't fucking know.
Oh my God. Oh, I found it. Rate of Sandpiper's top 0.01% frame. JFL unmoggable. Okay. Hold on. I got to pee first, but I'll be back in 1 second. Cope in this thread saying his ugly face. He's a 7.5 out of 10 PSL facially, 9 out of 10 PSL body overall, 8 out of 10 PSL God tier jaw. He's unmoggable until he opens his mouth. That voice sounds like it's coming from an 8-year-old girl. Imagine how low cortisol his life must be. Beta face on an alpha body. Legit. Skull of a 9-year-old girl. Insane body, though. What is up with this skull fascination with these people, man? His skull looks small in comparison to his body because of how huge he is. In general, his skull size is average, if not slightly above. Look at pics next to him. Anyone, his skull is usually larger. Appears to have a small head and a big frame, which is a typical Chad combo.
But they were very mad about my politics even back then, and they still are. In any case, yeah, they called you a Chad, but also an F slur. Yeah, and there are different variants of Chad. There's Chad Light. There's Chad, but yeah, they do like buccal fat removal. They do numerous things, mewing, jaw smashing. There are so many different ways of trying to change the way that your face looks, basically, and the way that your body looks as well. There's got to be an incel wiki, right? Incels.wiki, is that what it is? Yeah. Inceldom pride flag. This movement, this community, basically both takes itself very seriously, but also not serious at all. Its entry point is all jokes, right? Is all jokes, is all memes. But then the more you go along, the more you fall into this pipeline, the more seriously you take it. And clavicular is basically a creature of this movement, right? Suffix denoting involuntary celibate, used in the formation of the words gym cell, height cell, bald cell, work cell, wrist cell, etc. Maxing is an effort to improve aspects of one's life, to secure sexual and or romantic intimacy, maximize it, used to denote self-improvement in general. A lot of these guys are very autistic, if you couldn't tell from this like decently put together Wikipedia for incels. Mogged, suffix indicating being dominated by another person. The stem word denotes the feature that one is being dominated by, derives from the PUA term amog, alpha male of the group. Deliberately trying to humiliate, otherwise dominate others, was advocated as a form of increasing your perceived social value of women by pickup artists. This usage later morphed to refer to any feature that supposedly contributes to the perceptions of social dominance in general. Now, a lot of this stuff I also insincerely and as a joke utilize as well. Some of this stuff is very funny. The difference is I don't take this stuff seriously. I don't think that this stuff is good. I think it's actually poisonous, especially for a lot of young men. Pill refers to embracing a type of philosophy or world view coined by the movie The Matrix, where the character Morpheus gives the protagonist Neo the option to either accept his harsh reality by swallowing a red pill, or to go back to being connected to the Matrix, a comforting illusion, by swallowing the blue pill. This analogy spawns several terms that use the word pill as a suffix to denote different realizations or worldviews. Obviously, you know what red pill is. Blue pill, the preference of believing in a comforting or convenient lie, especially when it concerns a person's worldview. In regards to involuntary celibacy, this essentially refers to attitudes that minimize the role of individual differences such as physical attractiveness or social constraints in driving human mating successes in favor of platitudes such as "you'll find someone one day" and the like. This is why a lot of people in the incel orbit despise the kinds of commentary that I engage in whenever I talk about this kind of stuff.
Because the reason why I speak so confidently about this is because, Hassan, you cannot stand in the realm of debating dating and modern day relationships between men and women with me, bro. You cannot. This is not your arena, okay? Stick to the politics, my friend.
Because they consider that to be bullshit. Oh, you're just like trying to blue pill your audience. You're trying to make them into normies or whatever the right? And the reality of the matter is a lot of these concepts are unimaginably reductive and put you on this journey of unnuanced thinking. It's for dumb people. It's for dumb people to LARP as though they've arrived at a hidden truth. My main plank in my ideology, my worldview is that everyone can be a 7, which is the polar opposite of their main ideological idea, that you have genetic predetermination. You are slotted into a specific place in society through your genes.
They are fucking racist.
Also another thing that really pisses off a lot of people. And for the record, the reason why I say this is unnuanced thinking is because there is some truth to the obvious preferences that dating partners have in terms of, you know, your material possessions or your physical attributes. Of course.
Yeah, it's a money machine that pushes sexual selection onto the fucking hordes so that it can be intertwined with some sort of like personalized data-driven effort to breed a subservient and sexy populace that never questions the world around them. It's like the kind of thing that people bring into a conference where like all these fucking investors and like smart people show up so that they can have like conversations, confident conversations in which they sell their new like fucking scheme for putting like I don't know, like fucking microchips in African children or whatever. Like it's every reason that, oh, you can't talk to this person about purifying the water over here because they want this, you know, like it's insane. It's fucking insane how these people decide to even communicate with each other.
That's normal. Everyone does that. The difference is these guys treat it as a zero-sum game. It's either one or it's either or. They look at it as a binary, which is stupid. It's unnuanced. That's not how human beings operate. It's very black and white thinking. And unfortunately, as many autistic chatters know in this community as well, unnuanced or black and white thinking is a primary function. Unfortunately for all of us, we do love engaging in this binary mode of thinking and get very heavily invested in one side of an argument over the other. Whereas the truth in this circumstance especially is somewhere in the middle. Of course, if you are 5'4" as a male, you are going to have a harder time than someone who is 6'4" as a male in terms of dating. That doesn't.
Well, I'm there because my fucking brain has a huge penis called my fucking hippocampus. I'm there because I'm the fucking potential. Okay, if I'm looking for fucking allies, I'm not going for this motherfucker. Like, holy shit. Be eloquent. You have to know it. And you can't just talk the fucking talk and expect good people to trust you. You will be a lackey faster than the rest of them.
Doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to find anyone. And as a matter of fact, if you consistently lean into how much of a genetic setback this is and allow this to dominate your existence, you're going to be less likable. But a hurdle does not mean it's impossible to climb. But that is part of the reason why I despise this kind of fatalistic, depressed way of thinking, because black pill, which is the maximum version of this, or Sui pill basically is the last part of this, but black pill is a fatalistic, depressed version of the red pill, particularly one focused on external solutions as opposed to individual ones, or on the importance of physical attractiveness in driving men's dating success. Yeah. Motivation fuel is also motivation for something, life fuel, inspirational.
These are all you know what all these categories are, right? Like they're like a fucking game. It's like an exercise. Like you go into one of these groups to chat, right? And you know, let's say it's like a real sort of like tertiary group, right? Like you're not directly related. You're not like a creation of like one of these directly related groups. You're like a tertiary group. You're actually just the observer of this entire diorama that distills human behavior into pills, right? Like the obvious thing in the room is, yes, we are all a mix of these things, and you know, a person's more complicated than being one pill. But there are people who can't accept that. And so to joke around, you must say you are one pill or another. You must designate these roles. This is how people are like raised to accept things like division of labor or division of learning. You know, these are the people who are predisposed to accepting these kinds of things. If you say that only one of these pills is into external solutions, as you mature and find yourself alienated from youth culture and designated a role in the workplace or in society, you begin to understand that you need to interact with these systems of power to have any influence over the future, over this youth culture that defines who is going to be taking care of you. And so this game, the end game of this pill game, the meta, is that everyone becomes black-pilled, which is the most extremist pill. It is a methodology and terminology developed to radicalize people, to create dangerous individuals. This is not a good way to look at the world. This is toxic. This is what we mean by toxic. And so you think to yourself, well, what do I do? What do I do? You can't. Nothing. Say what I say. And don't expect it to change. That's just what it is. If you start seeing these things as red flags, you're just feeding into it. Because the black pill has everything to do with social isolation. You have to be eloquent. You have to be able to articulate yourself about reproducing systems of power that give people life. You have to be able to speak about democracy and civic service. You have to be able to speak about the economy. You have to be able to articulate some amount of fairness when it comes to the allocation of things. You have to be able to have a growth mindset. You have to believe that the current state of things is not permanent, and that if you get involved, things can change. You can't be focused on terminals, and you have to do all these things constantly and audit yourself. Like, at some point, like, some of these jokes just need like fucking warning labels on them. Like, every fucking time.
Motivating, induces warm emotions, sui fuel or suicide fuel, depressing, demotivational. Many of this also goes into like way deeper and insane territory, some of which you already know, like beta males. Becky is a moderately attractive female, not as attractive as Stacy. There is this like there's this hierarchy in everything. For a lot of people who are struggling in the dating marketplace, you know, especially when they're young, they think this is like world secrets that they're arriving at, like deep hidden truths that they are figuring out. And it's very exciting for them. It also takes the stress away from the individual, right? It takes the stress away from the individual. It makes them feel like there is a systematic disenfranchisement that's taking place. But the systematic disenfranchisement is genetically predetermined. It's a way to cope. It's somewhat comforting. And instead of looking at this from a materialist worldview and having that be your starting position, it's a very comforting worldview that turns into, this is so LA, brother. I'm gonna let you know, if you have any younger siblings or relatives or whatever living in Ohio, they have broached this subject matter. I would say that at this point, this is not very LA at all. This is everywhere. Every young boy under a certain age has encountered this kind of thing. I just told you that TikTok basically normalized this kind of attitude pretty aggressively. So yeah, you're wrong. This is absolutely all over high schools, maybe even all the way down to like kindergartens, you know? And it's global. It's not just in America either, straight up. And there are different variants that are culturally different because every culture has like different, every culture has different cultural expectations, societal expectations that divide along gender lines. And so, you know, there are more aggressive versions of this in other countries, but there are absolutely people doing a similar thing in other places like South Korea, Japan, even China, I suspect, to a certain degree, despite the firewall. Yeah, looks maxing. Soft maxing is a subset of looks maxing that concerns non-invasive and cheap methods to improve one's looks. Examples of soft maxing are dietary changes, you know, getting lean after adopting a healthy lifestyle. The use of certain over-the-counter supplements that are purported to or have been proven to improve certain aspects of aesthetics, such as supplements that can improve the color and tone of one's skin, such as carotenoids like beta-carotene and astaxanthin, supplements that can improve overall skin quality or improve wrinkles, such as collagen and peptides. The supplements that are claimed to improve hair and nail quality, such as biotin, with there only being evidence of biotin serving to alleviate the hair loss caused by a serious deficiency of this mineral. Working out in the gym to get muscular, running, cycling. So notice that like there is actually this unhealthy obsession. They've turned something that is objectively healthy, something that I talk about all the time, self-improvement, into an objectively unhealthy endeavor. This is basically the opposite of people who get mad at me every time I talk about my own personal fitness journey or my own personal dietary habits and say, you're fat shaming. You're actually being a fat shamer and you're not being woke. and you're going to give everybody a eating disorder if you talk about like self-improvement in any vein, in any capacity. This is the maximized version of that in a much less healthy attitude around that on the self-improvement side. This is why I said it's very, you're fat phobic, you know, that kind of thing. This is quite literally the other side of that same coin of just like looking at this with black and white thinking. In any case, hard looks maxing involves more invasive or hazardous methods of enhancing one's physical appearance. Injecting or taking orally anabolic steroids to improve one's muscle building capabilities far beyond what would be possible naturally. Other substances like anabolic effects or weight loss drugs, such as the use of bronchodilator clenbuterol, which is for horses, like horse asthma medicine, but it's a steroid, to improve body composition, to lose body fat and lose weight, or the use of potentially dangerous stimulants like ephedrine for weight loss. SARMs would also fall in this category. Bleaching one's skin or using other chemicals to whiten one's skin, various forms of plastic surgery, fillers, laser scar removal, Botox, etc. Preventing male pattern hair loss with the anti-androgenic 5-alpha reductase enzyme inhibitor drugs such as finasteride or dutasteride. Hair regrow agents like minoxidil could also be included in this category. I like that I'm a hard looks maxer because I take finasteride and minoxidil. There is a wide range here, don't you think, between taking a prescribed medicine that is FDA approved versus literally taking anabolic steroids. But anyway, yes. Do you understand why? The irony is a lot of these guys are right-wing, okay? And they find themselves to be very right-wing and have these like hardline approaches. They feel like aesthetics determine everything, and your aesthetics are determined by your genetics. And there's no other way around that, right? But it's also literally the most trans website of all time. This is like, these are the same people who would tell trans people to kill themselves, but this is literally DIY. This is unironically DIY gender affirming care that is, you know, going above and beyond in a very unhealthy fashion, which is ironic because gender affirming care or gender confirmation is unironically good and healthy for trans people. In any case, controversial looks maxing methods. Mewing, a practice that supposedly improves facial bones, such as the position of the maxilla through adopting the correct tongue posture. Bone smashing, a practice that supposedly relies on Wolff's Law that states that bones adapt to stress by becoming stronger to improve bone structure. Basically striking yourself in the face in the belief that this will remold your facial bones. This is a real thing for the record. They literally do this. Clavicular used to do this with like a little hammer. It's not even a joke. Surgery maxing in the looks maxing communities is commonly argued that much of the time in order to ascend, ugly men need to undergo plastic surgeries. The least invasive surgeries are autoplasty, rhinoplasty, and facial implants, often jaw and chin implants. That is, I can't believe they say this is the least invasive, by the way. You know what a jaw implant looks like? I saw someone on my For You page. They literally break your jaw and they add these like additional implants, and then your teeth for like 6 months is so wide. You have a massive teeth gap, and then you have to literally wear, what's it called again? I'm forgetting the name now. They're like more aggressive than regular braces, but I don't know. It's not even like a retainer, but you have to wear like crazy corrective braces on your teeth. However, this might not be enough for men who have recessed facial bones. In these cases, maxillofacial surgery is often argued the only way to substantially improve their appearances. So yeah, more uncommonly, some advocate for radical practices like transmaxing, i.e. becoming male to female transgender. That is insane. You're either trans or you're not. This is the unhealthy.
That's not long enough to talk about any of that. Division in the trans community. Well, first of all, it's a bunch of rich people. It's a small community where a bunch of rich people control every social venue. And it's been like that the entire time. This generation of like Gen Zers who like came up with like Caitlyn Jenner and like jazz and all that stuff. That is the first generation where a unified trans experience was even remotely citable. Everything was like very individualized, and if there was a community, it was very small. That might be part of the reason I got so much attention by being a part of like the 4chan. I would call it like class of 17 type shit. Like it's just not the same. It's not the same, and it's never going to be the same. Everyone now is just like a clone of someone I knew, or me. Which is kind of weird. All the pariahs are like non-specific. There's no like substance to any of this to any of these community guidelines now, and I hate that causes division, because it's like no one wants to have like a casual conversation, but they want you to like be the right kind of trans and like have it, like they want you to have faced like all their struggles growing up, which doesn't make any fucking sense, because I when I tried to transition at 16, my mom sent me to a fucking family counselor because she didn't know what the fuck to do about it. Like that you know, hey, I didn't start until 18. That's just what it is. Like, you know, like this whole trans maxing thing is nothing new. When I was growing up, so I was on 4chan, right? So anytime I talked to like a trans person from like LGBT or like Social or whatever, it was on like Kik or Skype. So the alternatives to that were like Quora, where like a lot of older women went. Susan's Place, where a lot of older women went. They didn't care too much about passing. They were more kind of there to like validate each other's shallow feelings and then somehow connect in that weird ant-like boomer way. Anyone who was like this at the time was on Facebook. There were like deep stealth groups on Facebook. But that's it. Everyone else, if you were deep stealth, you were just living as a woman. I mean, you just didn't think twice about being trans. And you just kind of like lived your life. No one was threatening your access to HRT. No one was creating like extremely popular media demonizing you. No, there was no like fucking trans witch hunt happening. Like all that shit was in the past. That was like some fucking like 1960s, 70s shit or whatever. Like the closest thing was like Michael Jackson, but that never even reached the same level of like targeted trans hate that we see today for like people who attend like protests or whatever. I've known people who like engage with looks maxing stuff, and they're all kind of insane. Every looks maxing group seems to be some kind of harem where like a bunch of girls who think they're like cooler than everyone like crowd around a bunch of guys who are like disgusting to the core, and then in turn become as disgusting as the guy. They're kind of like small, like little like cells almost. They like develop like code language. They do everything they can to stay out of trouble while causing as much disruption as possible. They have like internal ranking systems and like kind of like that, like they go insane. they act like the world is gonna kill them for being ugly, or like they need to kill the world for not being beautiful or something. They're like little like militant cells. And I have to imagine that the transmaxing ones are as well. In the common social sector, whatever you want to call it, amongst the commoners, it's like a fucking joke. You say transmaxing when you're like having a fucking manic episode to be like, oh my god, like what the fuck am I doing right now? All right, hear me out. And then a bunch of people tell you that you're like being stupid, and at that point you're like, okay. And then, you know, problem people in the community are people who like can't drop it there. It's definitely viewed as like a problem. Not like a problem that like gets you like removed, but like a problem that causes friction and drama. Yeah, no one really knows what to do with these people, but they keep showing up. And it seems like the uglier you are, the more you care about it. Which isn't to say that like people are objectively ugly. It's more to say like the more you get discriminated against, like the more power this has over you. So it's kind of crazy. It's transmaxing is like, yeah, just kind of nuts. With that being said, I can understand why someone would want to go deep stealth, and like why it might annoy someone that others don't go deep stealth. It's called framing. People who are deep stealth or would be deep stealth get targeted by transphobia that might not have ever happened if no one was like aware of like trans people, right? But that has everything to do with like how the media frames this, and how these hate groups frame this. If transgenderism wasn't like this like imperative group activity that everyone needed to participate in, then it would be like very different, right? Like so for example, like if people could see the act of like defining a woman in legislature as like a lost cause, then we'd get like more feminists focusing on like welfare and like socialized healthcare, and like socialized housing programs and things like that, right? But because of how feminism is framed in the media and how we understand it in academia as like a social reality, there's this like divisive element in which women who aren't recognized as women don't receive rights when feminists put their effort into fighting for their rights, right? Like, I think one of the first intersectionalists back in like the 1800s, I'm so bad with names, I'm sorry, but like one of the first like intersectionalist thoughts like published in like the 1800s was something like, you know, to sum it up, she said something like, I am a woman. At times I'm a woman before I'm black, and at other times I'm black before I'm a woman. She's not receiving all of her rights that are protected and there because she's female, because at times she's black. In the same sense that, you know, a trans woman isn't receiving all the rights that protect her as a trans woman sometimes, because she's, I don't know, fucking poor. Like, that's how I experience it. Like, but that's never how it's ever going to be framed in the media. Like, no one's ever going to be like, well, you're too poor to have rights. Well, it's like, have you seen my healthcare? Like, I have to buy my own hormones. Yeah, like, it's pretty bad. I I am kind of getting discriminated against because I'm poor. But any sort of like group action in mainstream channels that people like point to as like something that advocates for you as a trans woman. Okay, if I'm deep stealth, that's a problem. I'm not telling anyone I'm a trans woman. I don't want to tell anyone I'm a trans woman. I don't want anyone to even know that I ever had a penis. I don't want anyone to ever know that like I was male, and for good reasons. You know, if there's evidence all over the place that shows that once a man understands that the vagina that he just had sex with was a penis, he gets second thoughts about everything. He starts believing he's gay. He has to come to terms, and people do it jokingly a lot of the time because you can't really take this seriously. You know, he has to believe that he's bisexual. Like, women who date women who transition have to come to terms with the fact that like the penis they had sex with is like a woman's penis. Now they're bisexual. Now there's all these sexuality narratives coming into play that make people uncomfortable, and it is like a real issue for people where it is an issue. So people will get physical over these things. People will do hateful things systemically if people think that someone's transgender or whatever, and they can't explain it, so they latch on to whatever explanation is available. And right now it's a lie, or it's unnatural, or the person's not trying to cope healthily. It's one of those three things, right? And so that's a lot of negative attention that people don't deserve. And so you have to be somewhat sympathetic to these trans-maxing people, because on some level they are experiencing friction in their life because of their interdependence with people who need to be visibly trans, right? If no one's visibly trans in this system that we understand advocacy, in this system in which we gain popular support for issues, which is a subjective system based on people's voting preferences, so it's literally like de facto law defining the law. It's all social practices. It's not legislated that you have to prove that you're trans. It's like, if you want to gain support for this bill that gives healthcare to people, and you need support from across the aisle, you need Republicans on this bill. Well, you can get some trans Republican to support you, maybe. You can get some black Republican to support you, maybe. You can get some female Republican to support you, maybe. But at that point, you're asking that person to define themselves by that. And stealth does not work with that. Stealth does not work with that. And so yeah, it's like it's really hard for these trans-maxing people in ways that maybe you don't want to accept because you're a fucking bully. Like, yeah, you have to be somewhat sympathetic to these people, but it's ultimately unhealthy to believe in this hegemonic thinking that like one person is better than another because of like how well they fulfill an ideal. It's a very complicated issue.
Thing that I was,
and I mean, it's like, think about it. What's the solution to all of this? Like, just give me the fucking money. Just give me the shit for free. You're already making it based on trust that is fake trust. It's hollow trust. You're trading millions on hollow trust just to fuck with me. Just give me the fucking thing. I can guarantee you people's lives are so intertwined with each other at this point that no one's gonna stop fucking working if you just start giving people things for free. More people would start working because they'd see that their time can be focused on something that directly benefits them. That's my hypothesis. So yeah, it's like, you gotta just give it to me. Just socialize it. Just fucking give it to me. I make the rich pay for it. I don't care. Reduce the fucking price. Introduce price control. How about that? How about that? Someone's gonna make it if it's essential. If something is essential, someone will keep making it. And if that's not happening, then we live in some kind of insane fucking police state. That's the only time. You'd have to mobilize violent individuals to stop people from helping themselves and creating a good world for each other. So just fucking give it to me.
Was talking about. But once again, the very fact that it is a I mean, it's incredibly and deeply transphobic as well, because very right wing. My goal always in this space, whenever I talk about this kind of stuff, is to try to get people to have healthier attitudes around self-improvement, something that I was able to achieve for myself that others can as well. Whether it be improving the way you see the world, changing the way you see the world, developing more empathy for others, or whether it be even self-improvement in the physical realm as well, in the physical space as well. Knowledge maxing, gym maxing, whatever the you want to call it. So why did I bring up all this? Because like I said, clavicular is probably one of the most popular and least healthy examples of this. No, Kaya. No. Clavicular is one of the least healthy examples of this, and now very popular. Initially, like I said, he was just like doing jaw maxing or jaw breaking, all this stuff, like bone breaking, bone smashing. The irony here is that Clavicular was like a perfectly normal looking guy. He was a perfectly attractive dude when he was, in his late teen years, I guess. And what he did to himself actually made him look older and made his skin look worse, made him look worse in general. And I don't know if there is like a transformation video or something that I can show you so you understand like what he considers to be like ascension is. Look, Clav's transformation was insane. Like, that's crazy. Like, he just looks perfectly fine. He's a handsome guy. And now he looks like he's zombified. And a lot of these people, unironically, like at first when I saw all of this stuff on my timeline, I thought they were like memeing on him. I thought they were just like, as a lol cow, I thought they were telling him, they were egging him on to keep going further and further, keep going harder and harder on this looks maxing shit, to like see how far they can make him, like to see how ugly they can make him, like a internet Frankenstein's monster. They're talking about you in maxing TikTok. Good one, chatter. Thank you. Take a week off. Naughty list for you. But this is like at first, like I said, I thought his fans were just like egging him on, like the World of T-Shirts guy, to like do increasingly crazier shit. But I realized they unironically think this is an ascension. Like, they think he looks better now. And it's a very strange phenomena. Very, very strange phenomena. But there's a lot of like, racialized undertones here as well. A lot of racism as well, which is expected. I don't know why Kaya is bone smashing maxing herself by firmly standing right behind my chair. She is also, that's what she's doing. She's tail smash maxing. He has a Turkish friend who became a lolcow cookie king. Yeah, that's the other. There was the cookie verse or something.
I'm someone that uses exogenous hormones, and I want to know your take on this, because my whole thought process with exogenous hormones is, sure, the aesthetic benefit of being bigger. It's nice. Having a more dominant frame is going to help you in business negotiations, politics, whatever. So I'm doing that more so for the reason that if you're trying to be natural and listen to these wellness guys, the shit they're saying is so absurd. They're wanting people to spend hundreds of dollars a week on supplements, ashwagandha, certain types of underwear, EMF shirts, and I'm like, fellas, can we just acknowledge for 1 second that maybe it would be a little cheaper in this economy just to use synthetic testosterone, and that way you could eat Popeyes and not have to deal with all this bullshit. And this really doesn't get through to all these influencers' heads, because they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month on the supplements that they're selling to people
So they're like, what do you mean? You know, eating a grass-fed ribeye every day is not, you know, it's not unrealistic. It's like, yeah, but you know, when most people are on welfare, it starts to get into crazy territory. So what do you think about that? About, you know, exogenous hormones?
I don't know. They kind of scare me. I mean, doesn't it make it?
Yeah, Nick's looking at him like he wants a slice of that, for the record.
So you can't make,
because he has, as someone in the chat called, boy toy maxed
testosterone naturally, or is
no, he's not miring. That's different. Miring is also a somewhat homoerotic concept. That's why I jokingly refer to like going to the gym as the gayest thing that you can do. And the more you lift, the gayer you become.
What's wrong with
because
miring?
There is a level that you achieve with your physique that if you go past it, you're actually not doing it to look sexy for women. You're doing it to look sexy for other men.
you fucking miring crap?
That's where miring comes into play. Admiration, admiring another man's body. I don't even want to say Cristiano Ronaldo, even though they use that as an example all the time. Like Cristiano Ronaldo's physique is seen as like much more attractive and aesthetic for women, whereas someone like Canute, for example, does not have a physique that is attractive to women at all, or only attractive to specific types of women that simply want someone that is a bodybuilder. But Canute's body type is very attractive to people who have already reached a level or have certain goals in the gym, but it's mostly men.
Apparently, like, his friend walked up to these girls and may have like touched one of them inappropriately. I truly cannot tell what's happening from the camera, but that's what it's been reported as.
Check this out. All right, bet. Wait, go wait, Wando, this is movie quality. Oh my god.
Oh, let's go, bro. We're viral as oh my god.
I couldn't even tell what happened in this clip, but he's like harasses these women. And
is that dude like memeing, or is that how he is? Because I only know about Clavicular, right? I didn't know that there was also people in his crew that are somehow even bigger goobers than he is. But I guess that's how these guys move usually, so it shouldn't have been that shocking. But he has like goons, and I guess it makes sense, because if you know how big of a goober he is, like obviously his goons are going to be even lower ranking. That's testicular. Okay, I can't tell if you're joking or if you're being serious. I'm 34 years old. I know a lot about the background of this one guy, but I clearly didn't know enough. Like, actually, the dude, his name is Testicular? No, you're fucking joking. Testy for short? Okay, stop. Okay, that's a joke. No, he's not.
The chat is like saying racist stuff. Big surprise. I'm not making this video about this random guy, but this is like the company he keeps, I guess.
I'm not that into you, really. Your maxilla is quite recessed, you know?
This is so embarrassing. What? Your maxilla is quite recessed. No one cares. Holy shit.
That's not my first language.
Oh yeah, so you have like a recessed maxilla, so I can't.
Her response is, English is not my first language, and then he continues going in about recessed maxilla. You're not ugly. Your maxilla is just recessed. We are beyond cooked.
You know, like your upper jaw, it's just a little recessed, so I can't. I mean, you know what I mean? Why are you looking at me? I don't know what that means.
Oh, this guy. Dude, it's all the best people. They're all together. It's like the Avengers.
Yeah, it's just like a developmental flaw. It's no worries.
It's just like a developmental flaw. It's no worries. Does this guy emote ever? It's interesting. Like, it feels like he's trying to be nonchalant, like to seem cool. Everything he does is, oh yeah. No,
is he on beta blockers? Like, what the why is there this like sheepish, nervous energy all over him? But he's also one note. Yeah, I don't even care about that, actually.
That's crazy, bro. Chat, what club should we go to, chat?
Oh, she's hot over there. Can we call her?
Oh, she's hot over there. I'm nonchalant, so that's cool. Fellas, this is how you should always be. Hello, you have a recessed maxilla, and your Norwood line implies that you are not of maximal beauty efficiency. Dude, this is so ridiculous.
Not into you. It's all good. You can go away.
Yeah, I'm not attracted to you, so you can go away now. I really only want women near me who I'm attracted to. Processed maxilla, maybe. Recessed, no chance.
That is.
I would say I'm Augie.
Can you imagine like an average Joe doing this? Can you imagine like this is the kind of behavior he's promoting. This is what makes him likable. This is what makes people identify with him. This is how people identify with this guy. They literally they see this and they think, well, that's what's true and right in the world, and that's what makes someone knowledgeable and entertaining. Is when they do this, I think to myself, wait, this means that all my selfish desires can contribute to society as long as I look like someone who is on a fucking Riveter poster or some shit. Like, as long as I look like I can do a lot of manual labor, all this me that I see as immutable and the truth can be contributing to society, and women will respond to that. That's what he's doing. That's what he's fucking doing. It's a myth. It's a fucking myth about how people fucking interact with each other without viewing each other as objects. He is creating myths of objectification. It's insane. He is a fascist.
Easily. Bro, I need you to understand something. They literally have their own unique measurement system, the PSL thing. I forgot to mention this. That girl was way hotter than he is. But it's pretty funny that he also literally thought he was more attractive than her, when objectively that's not the case. No, they both chopped. No, that was a very attractive girl. What the and was much nicer.
And you still can't pull it off?
I obviously had to say the N-word because of how ridiculous that was. And also, guys...
No, you didn't, actually. This is terrible.
Just lol at the N-word, okay?
Honestly, guys, just lol at the N-word. Can I get some dubs in the chat for the lolling at the N-word? Can I get some...
Mom's not mad at me? Holy shit. More fucking snookums.
LPSL dub 67 N-words in the chat. My clavies, that's what I call you guys. I'm not allowed to smile or laugh or experience emotions, but I do love saying the N-word because that's like cool.
A dude called me out. He's like, oh, Clav, why do you gotta say the N-word? It's like, because it gets me views. Why would I not? Why would I not?
Dude, it's socially validated, bro. Don't you see this is a free social media platform in which any one of you could be as successful as me? Duh. It's socially validated behavior, bro. Fuck yourself, dude.
Not say it, okay?
Right, and that's why I don't respect you, right? That's why, because you have like no sort of, you follow the winds of clout and you have no like morals or scruples about you. It's like, notice he's saying it like in front of white people. Like even when he was pressed by the black guy, he didn't say it. I don't think he even said it in that moment, but when he's like shouting it out, he's like doing so at a restaurant. He's like, get a shot of all the white people here at this restaurant. Yeah, they're not going to stop me from dropping a Nick bomb or whatever the hell he called it.
So, you know, the barrier to entry is up here. That's why the views are so good if you say the N-word on the internet.
It's crazy to describe this as you think you've cracked.
I can't believe he's educating children. Like he's literally telling kids, you should go out and say the N-word and you'll get clout. He's also 19. Like, I feel like he's mentally stunted. It feels like he is, he's 19 years old, but the attitude he's demonstrating, it kind of comes across like he's 12.
Some sort of code, an unpatched method, a new exploit.
Come here. Come here.
Okay, this is cringe. The N-word's ruined forever.
Come here.
Another 19-year-old saying the N-word is what ruined you. I just had to look up who this person was because they used their whole government here. So I just Googled it. I guess this is how it works, right? You need the most cringe people alive to use the word, and then they'll realize that only losers do it. And,
I mean, that's kind of how it worked. And when he was saying it too, let's be real.
Actually, it's a tell.
No, we went to school and we learned about slavery. And then they told us that they called them this slur. That's yeah. We did well in school. Is this what it's come down to? It's ridiculous.
Oh, it's a giveaway for like having no aura, you know?
The way you talk, they don't fit it at all. They really don't.
But that doesn't mean it's not part of my vocabulary. It's just like a free-spirited, just like fun word.
Bro, no. He got the Miami Latinos telling him to stop saying it. Brother, at that point, you have to quit it. That's crazy. Like, no disrespect, but those dudes are probably saying it more than black dudes are. And they're the ones telling you stop saying it. You gotta stop saying it. It's done. Yeah, Latinos say it the most. It's over. It's over. They I just, it's funny that I wasn't the only one who noticed this though, that he just comes across as very insecure when he's slinging it. So it looks really unnatural that other people have approached him in public to be like, hey man, I love saying the N-word. And I actually am an enjoyer when white people say the N-word. But honestly, like the form of it is really bad. Like the way you're doing it is kind of, you know, it just seems so nervous. There's this like nervous energy surrounding it. Maybe you should like try to fling it when you're, you know, sitting at home by yourself so you can get better at it.
Okay, this is the second time he's used free-spirited to describe the way he uses the N-word. They gotta take away the internet for some of these people, man.
I just broke up with my girlfriend, L-girlfriend, W community.
I just broke up with my girlfriend, L-girlfriend, W chat, actually. 6'7".
Me and Wanda are gonna cold approach W.
Rowdy kid.
Everyone spam L-girlfriend in the chat.
Wait, this is the guy who just like harassed women in the previous chat and was a little bit cringe, actually. I'll say it. W cold approach, L-girlfriend. I don't know why I keep doing it. They're saying L-girlfriend. I'm getting calls. 2 PSLs. 2 pumpkin spice lattes, please. This is the type of thing that it's like, you know, based on the communication style,
Honestly,
that only young people are enjoying this. There's no like adult man with a 401k spamming L-girlfriend in the chat, you know?
When you're done smoking the cigarette, do you try to eat it after? What got you into the weed?
Stress.
What are you stressed about? The next meal?
I'm the breadwinner.
You're the breadwinner? What do you do to make your money? Suck guys off for McChickens?
This type of thing, like this guy judging someone.
Like, he's not even attempting. He's just not even attempting to be funny. What do you do? Suck guys off or make chickens? You're a whore. You're fat. You're fat and also slutty. Like, you gotta be actually less than 10. This ain't even funny for 10-year-olds. I feel like you gotta be 9 to look at that and be like, ha, this is so funny. He's so ruthless.
So fucking true. Damn, that was just insane to me. It's on Tumblr. Yo. What the fuck? Some furries. Let's see. We've all been there. It's usually our grandparents' house. Joker's green key. Bro, it's the most delicious thing you haven't tried yet.
Shit. Shit.
Grinky. I'm in the sky. Sorry, it's wait a second. Oh, I see. That's really funny. If they say it's pretty funny. Can we please have the ball? Okay. Time for the game that I'm like the worst at. More or less. I suck at this game. I suck so much, dude. It has to be how to tie a tie. No. How? It's gotta be you two. Who is this person? Dude, what? Going by posters alone, I'm gonna say instinct. No. No, 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 no! This sucks, dude. Okay, you know what? I need to bring it back. Give me a Scrandle. Give me a Scrandle. I'm so good at Scrandle. Yeah, I'm not even gonna talk about it. I'm literally just gonna lightning round. Boom. What? 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 Oh, motherfucker. Oh, why? Ah. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah. Oh, got there. Boom. Yes. Oh my god. This one. Yes. Ba 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 ba. Boom. Right there. Oh my god. Ooh, ooh, ah, Dirty Canary. Yes. Oh. 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 Yes. Fuck. Dude, that one was hard. I feared this day would come where they would just give us a bunch of close ones. Okay, how about spell check? Let's do spell check. Not that one.
Fair adjective meaning marked by impartiality and honesty.
Okay.
Shelter. A noun meaning something that covers or...
It's pretty easy.
Double. A adjective meaning having a twofold relation or...
Yep.
Belle. A noun meaning a popular and attractive girl or woman, especially a girl or woman whose charm and beauty make her a favorite. This word originates from French, meaning beautiful in feminine form of beau. Belle. A noun meaning a popular and attractive girl or woman, especially a girl or woman whose charm and beauty make...
All right, let's go.
Brick. A noun meaning a handy-sized unit of building or paving material, typically...
Yeah, okay, all right.
Impermeable. A adjective meaning not permitting passage as of a fluid through its substance.
Yeah, okay.
Candelabrum. A noun meaning candelabra. The word originates from Latin, indicating its roots in ancient Roman language. Candelabrum. A noun meaning candelabra. The word originates...
1L. 1L.
Discomfiture. A noun meaning the act of discomfiting, the state of being discomfited. Discomfiture. A noun meaning the act of discomfiting, the state of being discomfited. Discomfiture. A noun meaning the act of discomfiting.
Okay.
Venerable.
No one's ever...
A adjective meaning calling forth respect through age, character, and attainment. Definiendum. A noun meaning an expression that is being defined. Definiendum is from Latin meaning something to be defined. Definiendum. A noun meaning an expression that is being defined. Definiendum is from Latin meaning something to be defined. Definiendum. A noun meaning an expression that is...
Okay. Yeah, that one was fucking bullshit. They didn't even give me a fucking definition, like a no origin. Like, what the fuck is that?
Aposematic. An adjective meaning being conspicuous and serving to warn. The word originates from Greek semet sema, which means sign, signal. Aposematic, an adjective meaning being conspicuous and serving to warn. The word originates from Greek semet sema, which means sign, signal. Aposematic, an adjective meaning being contaminated. An adjective meaning soiled, stained, corrupted, or infected by contact or association.
Yeah.
Covenant. A noun meaning a usually formal, solemn. Stevedore. A noun meaning one who works at or is responsible for loading and unloading ships in port.
I remember this one.
Originates from the Spanish word estebar, meaning to pack. Stevedore. A noun meaning one who works at or is responsible for loading and unloading ships in port. Estibador originates from the Spanish word estebar, meaning to pack. Stevedore. A noun meaning one who works at or is responsible for loading and unloading ships in port. Estibador originates from the Spanish word estebar, meaning to pack. Stevedore. A noun meaning...
Damn it.
Kufi. A noun meaning a close-fitting brimless cylindrical or round hat.
Don't play with me.
Kafia originates from the Arabic term kufia. Kufi. A noun meaning a close-fitting brimless cylindrical or round...
Yeah. What it... Candela... Yeah, 1L. Yeah, you know, Sematic, I should have at least gotten this person right, or this part right. Like, that's a little embarrassing. I was that close. I was literally that close to spelling it that way. This one pisses me off. A lot. They didn't even give me an origin. Like, how am I supposed to conjugate that? Like, this one is just, you know, I mean, you know it or you don't. This one was embarrassing. Sematic. It should have been sematic. I should have gotten that part right. This is anyone's game, but that's, come on. We're talking about cells now? What are we talking about? All right, stevedore. Man, I was so close. So close to spelling it that way. What else? What's going on? Northern Lion plays Doter. It's not bad. See. Are they the worst? Or maybe they were just the worst at it. Jelly intro? Dude, now I wish there was like a VTuber who was like Jerry Seinfeld. You know what I mean? Like, everyone makes fun of her accent by like saying Jerry or whatever. But it's like, I want her to be Jerry Seinfeld, you know?
You saw the title, you know what's up. The first 5 recipes are the ones I keep dreaming about. 9.5 and above. We'll relive the enjoyment. We're gonna be like that Gatsby line. You can't repeat the past.
Can't repeat the past.
Why, of course you can. Because life is so much easier when you deal with food instead of girls. And the second half of the video will visit some of my biggest f***ups this year, re-attempt them, trying to redeem myself. Since this is the last video of the year, I think it would be nice to share with you guys some of the nice messages and love letters I got this year, telling me how much you guys appreciate me. Starting simple with the Lipton soup dip, I almost forgot that Lipton makes things other than black tea. The dip was mind-blowing, as you can see by my statement. Bro, this is so good. What? This is like the best dip I've ever had. It's good that we're making it again to see if I was overreacting. We're starting with 16 ounces of sour cream. My imaginary Slavic grandma's going crazy right now. Nice! This is my favorite brand of sour cream. Daisy's cream. Throwing petals. Do you love me or not? Throwing petals like, do you love me or not? We're supposed to dip it with a potato chip or a cracker, but you know, I'm on that Gabip diet. I'm gonna put it on top of some egg whites. It's like icing a cake. So creamy, the flavor is really rich. It almost feels like I'm eating a steak dinner. Just as good as I remembered. The effort to flavor ratio is off the roof right now. Our next recipe is from this video where we attempted to fry a whole chicken in a pot. You know, I just realized we did so many weird stuff on this channel, I don't even remember them. I'm always confused when people in real life tell me my videos are too strange for them. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? What's strange? I guess they're talking about clips like this. Yeah, I guess can't really blame them. And today we're recreating the Nashville Hot from that video. I think it's my favorite type of fried chicken. Let's cook 6.
It's alright.
And this first step of the marination
I'm not, like, on the
is
whole
just
spicy
plain
chicken
pickle
wave,
juice.
but
The acid is gonna denature it. 2 kinds of pickle juice too. Italian Cornichons. These legs are getting double pickle penetrated. We can just put this in the fridge, but I'm gonna put it on top of a container though. Cause you know, one time I had a bunch of butter chicken marinating in a bag, more than 12 hours in the pickle juice. First let it dry, air out a little bit before doing the dredge. 2 cups of flour, 1/4 cup cornstarch, 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder, 3 tablespoons of Creole seasoning. Cause we're pouring on the spicy oil later, we're keeping the dredge fairly unseasoned. Couple dashes of Frank's Red Hot. You know, the thing is, I don't intentionally do this, but somehow every time we film, I'm wearing like all white. Chicken semi-dry. Dip in buttermilk. Press the flour into the chicken. Use a little bit of force. Leave in the flour for 5 to 7 minutes so the flour completely absorbs onto the surface. Why is it going down? Does this not look like KFC or what? Oh yes.
Trying to scam this website.
Golden, slightly brown, looking great. To finish the second batch, we're gonna raise it to 350 again, dropping the rest. While this cooking will make our Nashville hot mix, I'll put the ingredients on the screen, but it's mostly cayenne, other red powders, and some brown sugar. We'll mix in some of the frying oil. I feel like the oil's not really hot enough, so I heated some up separately to 450. This is really gonna activate all the aroma in it. This is my favorite part. So satisfying. Painting fried chicken. I'm like an artist, contemporary art style of the beautiful ways people can get diabetes. This is an old brush. I'm just realizing its issues. Damn, how much hair is falling out? Like PA in 5 years. The brush is really going through the balding phase, huh? This is like Andrew Tate's shower drain. Okay, first of all, I think these chicken turn out great. The flakiness of it. It's spicy to the right amount. The sweetness is really coming through from the brown sugar. The meat is so extremely tender. I love how the acidity from the pickle juice, the meat itself is more light, and the outside coating is like this rich barrier. It achieves its overall balance, surprisingly. There's so much wisdom in classic recipes. Everything makes sense. Speaking of classic dishes, the chashu recipe from the pork belly video was really impressive. It was inspired by Chef Andy's ramen video where he braised the pork in the oven. We're using the same broth but sealed up in a sous vide bag.
Pretty happy with that.
Starting off with the cooking liquid, very simple. 1 cup each of sake, mirin, and soy sauce. Leeks, 5 cloves of garlic, a piece of kombu. Finally, some ginger. Once it comes to a boil, you can just turn the heat off. Put on a lid to let it steam itself for 15 minutes or so. What is this? What is wrong with all the ingredients today? Not only there's hair on it, and I can't really do the burning and scraping, they also like pierce the skin into these little cubes. I have no words. I thought it would be a nice video for us to enjoy some of the best recipe I did. Didn't know the improvising was gonna start this soon. Whole piece, as it is. Even without the vacuum sealer, because the liquid is gonna help it seal itself. A whole day of sitting in this, so soft. To let it firm up, and also the resting overnight is gonna give it more flavor. And this liquid is about to be so flavorful. It's like peeling a banana. Stroke the meat repeatedly. Take a look at the cross section. Very fatty, sort of thick. Okay, this is all the braising liquid. Let's save this. Still gonna add some color and render the fat a little bit. I just want to enjoy some fire versus me type of footage, but the smoke alarm is not letting me. If it happens again, I think I'm gonna lose it. Okay, I'm gonna turn the exhaust fan on maximum so you probably can't hear me. But the strategy is like, I'm gonna stay far away from it first to render some of the fat out, and then go closer in to give it a char. Let's pick a piece. I think the pieces were too thick on torture for a really long time. You know, while we're tasting, I'm gonna try something. I wonder if the air fryer is gonna make it all easier. I'm putting the air fryer at bacon setting to see, you know, if it turns out similar or even better. It looks so incredibly juicy. Damn, that's rich. Especially the skin. It's soaked up all the seasoning and the aromatics in the broth. Technology really changes lives. The ultimate combination. I think this is the winner. Our next recipe comes from YouTube Cooking's favorite prodigy, a man that may looks a little bit like a fuckboy, but in reality as sweet as his recipes. Most of his stuff ranges from 50 hours to 200. I call this the culinary edging. You guys know how little patience I have. I gotta eat it right away. That's why my favorite foods are sashimi and protein bars. Last time the brownie turned out really well, but I'm looking at this video. It looks so bad because of the coloring, and then I remembered I learned how to color grade like a few months ago, so a really recent development. Before that, around when this video was published, this brownie one, I had around 3 million subscribers, and all of you were just suffering through my disgusting coloring. I'm sorry guys. With 2 sticks of brown butter. When a dessert starts with brown butter, you know it's fire. This gets really foamy and the bottom is like turning into caramel. We'll turn off the heat. In Elvis' video, he adds in coffee ice cubes. I'm not that extra, so I'm just gonna add in normal ice cubes. Here we go. This is gonna stop the cooking process too. 1 tablespoon of instant espresso. Let's leave it alone for a while. So much sugar. In baking, this is called creaming the sugar. You can cream it on the couch if you want. Vanilla bean paste has been really trendy lately, but I have a feeling that it's just gelatinized vanilla extract. It's the same thing. And people think it's cool. Anyways. Nice and thick. Alvin asked us for Dutch processed cocoa powder because it's like darker or whatever. And this one straight from Italy. And it is supposedly the darkest. You see his netto is black. For the bigger, better experience. This looks really dark. Another tablespoon of espresso. This guy is like obsessed with coffee. Am I eating a brownie or am I waking up? Brown butter from earlier. Looking a little gross, but it smells amazing. He sifted it, but you know, folding slowly. 100 grams of dark and 100 grams of milk. This is our milk chocolate. Last night, you know, I had a moment of weakness. Head is spinning and it don't know when to stop. You see, everything in life evens out. You're consuming so much sugar, but you burn it off with the arm workout. To make it easier to deal with, the trimming helps a lot, just like I do with my pubes. Final step before it goes into the fridge is more of an art, as much as your heart desires. Wrap it nice and tight, we'll put it in the fridge for 2 days. I actually meant 3 days. It may look like nothing's happening, but a lot of chemical reactions going on, turning it to a complete hydrated, cohesive batter. Then we'll bake at 350 for 25 minutes. And an important part that he stressed in the video is that right when we take it out, a lot of the moisture is still like steaming out. This is when we gotta wrap it up immediately with tinfoil and shock it in the freezer to stop the cooking process and preserve the moisture. Alright, don't judge my hobby. That's my personal life. I forbid you guys from commenting I have issues because that's my only solution. After 30 minutes in the freezer, we'll take it out, put it back into the fridge, and rest for another 24. This is the last bit of waiting we have to do. I'm getting so excited to eat this. I don't know what happened here. And according to Alvin, we're supposed to cut out a piece and microwave it for 30 seconds to warm it up. I can't believe it. We're actually 30 seconds away from tasting this. I microwaved it a little longer than required, so it got all melty and gooey like that. Damn. It's almost indistinguishable between a fudge, the brownie dough, and just pure straight up chocolate. It is so dense and moist. I really see Alvin's point of freezing it right after baking. If you bake a brownie and let it sit out, it starts evaporating, so the top layer gets kind of granular and dry. Hear this. And by the looks of it, you might think it's so heavy to the point that it makes you sick. But the milk chocolate, dark cocoa powder, dark chocolate all melting into each other achieves this kind of balance. I feel like I can go one bite after another. Well, maybe after I finish this whole piece, I'll change my mind. This one in the family recipe video from North Carolina, I remember it vividly being really good and at the same time really easy. I actually did this with peaches and it's alright. I think the best one is blueberries for sure. And because of your wisdom, this is one of the simplest recipes even to measure. We just need a half cup sugar, half a stick of butter, quickly mix this together, milk, finally half a cup of self-rising flour. And if you don't have this, just do the same amount of AP flour and a teaspoon of baking powder. To a baking dish, we're gonna go with a full box of blueberries. I actually washed them this time. Last time I didn't. Batter directly on top. The batter looks a little chunky right now, but as it bakes, it's gonna smooth it out. We'll just stick it in the oven at 375 for an hour. I feel like any type of fruit cobbler is more of a eat by the spoonful type of dessert. Bottom looks really interesting, honestly. You know, it looks either like a really well-baked fruit pie or some type of skin infection. The top layer gets a little bit crispy. You can see because of the self-rising flour, it took on that spongy cake texture and all the blueberries just melting it into the dough. It's so simple that, you know, like you can just put this on your lap and watch TV, eat the whole thing without feeling guilty because this is pretty much just a fruit salad, a box of a little bit of batter and a box of blueberries. It's healthy. I'm definitely not gonna feel guilty. Sugar, a stick of butter. Now is the time to shift from reliving good memories to fixing the bad ones. We'll analyze some of my worst executions and try to do better. Starting off again with the dip that I messed up so bad last time. The cheese was all chunky and cold and tomato juice was not mixing with it. Overall, it just doesn't look the most appetizing. See here, I'm smart enough to avoid the microwave and start in the pot. I'm gonna put it on medium-low to, you know, start melting it and stuff. Oh shoot, the bottom is like sticking. Damn, never catch a break. Put in the tomatoes, see if we can deglaze it. This looks so bad. Okay, it's mixing. The color got better too. It's less orange. It's like a cursed fondue. You know, this dip is actually looking so good now. It's like creamy and stuff. Too bad we don't have tortilla chips, so on top of the egg white. Classic cheese dip. Okay, that's actually fire. Some spiciness from the tomato and peppers, creamy texture, some acidity from the tomatoes. This is actually pretty mind-blowing. I'm gonna give it a 9.3 out of 10. A good start of the redemption arc. It's one of my favorite recipes of Wiseman's. It's so simple that it rests entirely on the quality of the meat and the proper timing, which are the two things I got wrong. I couldn't find short ribs with bone, so I used this thing. They're not even ribs. And I ran out of patience at the end, so I took it out a day earlier. The last 24 hours should help us reach tendernism.
Y'all think we was playing though.
See this brisket here? I want to make sure y'all see the clarity. Hold up. Look. I told you. Let me say. And then, you know, shake it a little bit. Come on now. Come on now.
All we need to do, season it with salt and pepper. I'm gonna be a little more generous since this is the only seasoning I'm gonna put on top. Oh my god, it barely fits. Now the bone is in, we're gonna have to suck it up. It's broken. So apparently my vacuum sealer is broken. You know, if Typher wasn't paying me, I have a lot to say. That flavor, yo. I feel like I'm making out with raw beef. Tastes better than my ex. Look at that. What, I feel dirty. I don't need no technology. I am the real vacuum. 145, slightly below boiling. And it's gonna be here for like 3 straight days. So after an entire day, it is looking very stewed. And it smells really good. It smells like there's more than just salt and pepper seasoned. Back in for another 2 days. Alright, finally done. This time it actually has been in there for 72 hours, 3 whole days. The other day I had some people over, they're asking me why my apartment smells like the inside of a dishwasher. I told them to shut up before I give them my big meat covered in plastic. After a whole night in the fridge, it firmed up a lot. Damn, very beautiful short rib. Just like what I say to my subscribers, time to glaze it. So a lot of sweetness in it, a whole cup of sugar. I'm gonna replace it with some brown sugar. High heat to the sugar, we'll do a half a cup of vinegar. Just let it sit there, it's gonna reduce and caramelize. Once we see a lot of bubbles come up and the color gets darker, we'll add in the rest of the ingredients. Now I have 3/4 of a cup of the beef jus. I'm gonna start whisk it in. Ooh. Kind of smells like Baby Ray's dark soy sauce, about 3 tablespoons. And some type of spiciness, obviously. Frank's. Yeah, this is our glaze. Sear it up and brush on the glaze. While the sauce in the pan is caramelizing, reducing, we'll take it up, brush it on top of the beef, and then torch it until it's a little bit charred to give that smokiness, and repeat the steps about 2 or 3 times. It's not only going to impose so much more flavor on top of the beef, but also going to reheat it to a perfect temperature. If it tastes good, our redemption is a 10 out of 10. Getting a little emotional. The acidity, sweetness, that hint of spiciness is so balanced. And the meat itself is incredibly juicy. There are no words. I am so impressed. I thought cooking for this long is gonna completely disintegrate the texture, but the meat is holding together so well. At the same time, melts in your mouth. With the crispy exterior and the glaze, it takes it to a 9.6.
Looks nice, but it's not falling apart like that one guy's. So what's the point, man? Yeah. All right. I finished one of my applications. I'm doing this one next. This one is I don't know, but we'll learn about it together. I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the restroom and think about dinner, which should have been on the table 20 minutes ago. Whatever. I have to, what's that thing called? Grocery shopping. I'm doing grocery shopping. In a minute here. Yeah. So I'm gonna AFK for a while. And then we'll come back and we'll look at this. What's on Tumblr? Alright, we're done with this right now. Yeah. Look at this later. Oh, that's fine. We love that. New Chainsaw Man's out on Friday. Watch that, watch that. It's over here. How are the ratings on this one? Alright. I'm gonna be right back. This is cool. I like this. I wanted to look at this. But yeah, okay. AFK for real. up? Back. I hope you enjoyed the Pilot Red Sun playlist. Listen to River Dance. Track before that was Bodybuilder. There was Fleece, Snow, KBS, Warsaw, Frisch's Ultimatum. And the first thing you listened to before Frisch's Ultimatum was Achievement Full Album, which is a release I own personally on Bandcamp. So go check it out. Pilot Red Sun, one word on Google, should take you to their Bandcamp, their YouTube account where you can find this music. Alright. That being said, I have an email. Where's my phone? I'll check that in a second. Let's see. You know what? I don't know. I don't know what they keep in there. All right. Emo. That's where it's all from. What the? Is this that guy that made that Fight Night game? This looks like a Spyro level gone crazy. Alright. Oh. This is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Christmas or the New Year's pig. Lucky pigs for New Year's. All right. What was I? Here we go. The Institute for Creative Technologies offers a 10-week summer research program for undergraduates in intelligent interactive experiences. A multidisciplinary research institute affiliated with the University of Southern California, the ICT was established in 1999 to combine leading academic researchers in computing with the creative talents of Hollywood and the video game industry. Well, let me get the door. Sorry. All right, the lasagna is in the oven. I repeat, the lasagna is in the oven. The Institute for Creative Technologies. Yeah. Having grown to encompass over 130 faculty, staff, and students in a diverse array of fields, the ICT represents a unique interdisciplinary community brought together with a core unifying mission, advancing the state of the art for creating virtual experiences so compelling that people will react as if they were real. Reflecting the interdisciplinary nature of research, we welcome applications from students in computer science, as well as many other fields such as psychology, art and animation, interactive media, linguistics, and communications. Undergraduates will join a team of students, research staff, and faculty in one of several labs focusing on different aspects of interactive virtual experiences. In addition to participating in seminars and social events, students will also prepare a final written report and present their projects to the rest of the institute at the end of the summer. Oh, it's like way less intense than writing an abstract or whatever. This research experiences for undergraduate site is supported by a grant from the National Science Foundation. ICT also offers another internship program for both undergraduate and graduate students, which requires a separate application. View a list of available positions here. For questions or additional information, please contact reu@ict.usc.edu. Let's see. Yeah. Holy shit, they're paying more than Caltech. Holy smokes. It's probably those fucking rent prices, bro. I visited my friend in USC one time. He said rent was insane. He was just what is it? He was taking loans, student loans, so he could pay like fucking $4,000 a month in rent. Kind of ridiculous. Let's see. Oh, they're by the Westfield. I know where this is. Okay, I know where this is. This is where I used to drive to get some Italian food late at night at 7-Eleven. And it was awesome. Alright, anyway. Oh my god. I'm done. Alright. Participate in a unique multidisciplinary community that combines academic research with the creative. Yeah, I know. No, I hear you. That's it? That's it? Sure. They'll end on that date. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, I see. I'm choking. I'm fucking choking. What the fuck is this image? Holy smokes. IKEA. Intelligent tutoring systems. I see. All right, let's knock this one out. Let's see. What are the questions? Is this a fucking Indeed page? Okay, here we go. What is this? For real? Is that the same page? Yeah. Yeah, looks like it. NSF. Let's see. Yeah. Ah. Okay. I guess while we do this. Ah, man. Now I know. Now I know what I said. I know what I said. Let's just watch a video and then I'm probably gonna end stream because it's gonna be so boring. Just like basically watching me do nothing on the other screen so that people aren't fucking copying my essay before I submit it. Is there a Nubby update? What the fuck? What? 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 Alright. Let's see. I just want that guy. Where's that guy? Is there a new Oni Plays video out? No, it's just the Fortnite video. I want to put something on. What's Donkey doing? Big Mold Game Jam. I've missed a lot of Donkey videos. I don't know anything about video games. Alright. What the fuck is this?
You guys asked me to play this. Every single video you guys asked me to play this. I finally broke down. I'm finally gonna play this, but I'm not gonna like it. I like this song though.
How is this real?
All of the Star Wars heavyweights are here. Darth Maul, Jabblunky, Saboba, famous first person Darth Vader killed. I like Jabblunky. He's the bestest racer. He's the best racer.
Goofy was the inspiration for Jar Jar Binks.
Let's go to course 1 Naboo Swamp and... Okay, you know what? It does live up to the hype. Look at that. That is magnificent. Oh, there's Jablungo's father. He's riding on a little chicken. All right, let's do this. Did you just call me a pitiful life form? Misa bestest racer. Jar Jar, you shouldn't be doing that while you're racing. Misa Misa Burger? I think that whole race was shorter than the actual loading screen. Misa Tiny. Watch this, watch this. Oh, oh. Here I go. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, okay. Shoot that guy, Jar Jar. Shoot that Yoda, Jar Jar. Oh, that's Boss Gunga. Don't shoot him. He's the king of your people. Oh, yes. Shoot a green ice cube at him, Jar Jar, like in Star Wars. Yusa Bulba? No, let me switch up to a character that I can actually understand what they're saying. Get a new bongo, Jar Jar.
How high res?
Look at the physics on Boss Glungo's hair. Now I see what people are saying when they say this is the best game this year. Jump off that jump. Oh, look at that. Oh, right through the battle droid. I've been flashbanged. Boom, boom, boom. Am I going the right way or what? No, Misa bestest. Misa bestest now. Whoa, look at the spaceships. Oh, we're going out here now? Oh my goodness.
The untextured grass.
Oh, you gotta go through this way?
Green out of the map grass.
It is I, Boss Gluggo. Where am I going?
That grass is textured.
Is this
What
right?
the hell?
Where am I going? I think this is right.
What?
This track is enormous. There's like 700 different paths you can take. Here I go, Boss Gluggo.
It's got afterburner.
Why did they
by
cut this from the movie?
Padme.
The scene where Boss Gluggo races Darth Maul across the city.
Sabiki.
Look at this, look at this. Wait, you can't go that way. Wrong way, that's the wrong way. Watch how I bring this back. Watch how I bring this back. Zoom. I went to that. You can't do that. I really messed up. Oh man, I went to like the start of the. I went all the way back to the start of the race. Check me out. Check me out. Oh man, that was
we
terrible.
found where people were having more fun exploring that map. So when we made Bombad 2, we made Exploration Key.
Are you serious? Stop shooting my Glungo. Watch this. Shoom! Oh, come on! Oh, that was. I almost had it. I almost did good there. Not at all, but ever since the Trade Federation's blockade has been in effect, my times on this course have suffered. Did he just say slow I am? Oh, I'm killing Yoda. They call me the Jar Jar of reality. Here I go, here I go. I went through the building. I like when they put like the turbo boost in a fixed position. That way, if you really want to get good, you can just go straight for the turbo every time. Oh, that was nice. That was nice right there. Oh, that was nice. I like this game, man. I see what the hype is about now. Yes, watch out for my Star Wars pearl. Is that the orb he gives him at the end? Jabba the Hutt. That's pretty much what he looked like when they first added him into the special edition. Would Yoda shoot at people with missiles just to win a race?
Yeah.
I'm going through the dinosaur's mouth. Oh. This game is like all about mastering like the physics and the, look at that, like how you bounce off of the hills. Check this out. Shoom. Oh, through Sepulva's Canyon. I'm gonna absolutely destroy Boss Gunga here. Watch this. I'm gonna take this. Boom! That's bringing me back to that shortcut in Garfield Kart 2. Good. If I win this race, Sebulba will finally be accepted into the Gungan tribe.
Damn.
Oh, you go underwater? Oh, dang, once you're underwater, it's like Rogue Squadron controls. Oh, they're pretty crazy for this game, man. Cross the bridge, but do not hit the lamp. Boing. Oh. That dude, oh, it's that guy from Star Wars Episode 1 with the little egg. That never happened. Who is that? Is this the guy that owned Watto? Did Watto hatch out of that egg? There he is again. Who is that character? Who is this guy? He's really important. Don't tell me to get a new bongo. I saw Watto. I saw Watto. Whoa! Go off that thing, Gunga. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Okay, okay, Gunga. Who is that? Whoa! What in the world? He's. Jar Jar, if you beat me, you're banished from the kingdom of Gungar forever. Watch this, watch this. This is how you take this. Zoom! 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 Whoa! Whoa, that was nice. That was nice. Ah! Wah! Wah! Yes! No! Whoa! I did it! I did it! Whoa! Whoa!
And so what happens in the end is they all join forces and everything, and the Gungas battle battle the droids in this huge.
I'm jumping over this. It didn't work.
I'm into that.
You gotta wait for these things
I like
to deactivate.
That's nice. I like the little remixes.
Who said that, Yoda?
And so what happens in the end is
Boss Gunga actually buys Jar Jar a new bongo. I'm putting in the cheat code to activate Shark Racers. Whatever that means. Up, right, down, left, select. Let the Shark Races begin. Wait, Shaq? Loading cheat racers. These are not sharks.
The game only gets better. What the hell?
Dragon Quest 3 というんだ。ドラゴンクエスト3の。
ドラゴンクエスト3の。
I don't know what's going on. What are they giving away?
What are they giving away?
Dragon Quest 3. Today's RPGs are about rolling through hundreds of attacks, but back in the day, they were about rolling a dice 100 times. Then Dragon Quest changed everything by getting rid of the most fun part of the game.
Is it a 4? No.
But you no longer had to do long division every time you attacked, so now you could play a game like this without making an appointment. Dragon Quest III stands as the seminal JRPG, and I don't know what that word means, but doesn't it seem like it would be that because it's so old? The way you know Dragon Quest III is old is that the game is mostly gameplay, which is fully formed in a way you would never expect from an NES title. You pick a class, a personality, and when to swap them. Through 3 decisions, the game spins out this vast web of numbers. In Dragon Quest 1 you played as 1 character, in Dragon Quest 2 you played as 3 characters, so in Dragon Quest 3 you have 4 characters, and you get your 4 characters at the very start and stick with them throughout the entire game. I don't think I've ever seen it done like this. Every developer approaches RPGs in their own style, but they all draw from the same rulebook, right? Dragon Quest 3 is like playing the game the rules were written for. Most of your time is spent traveling through its majestic land and battling the ghoul enemy every time. There is a lot of dungeons, but not that many dragons. You don't actually embark on the dragon's quest until 20 hours into the game. Its world is magnificent to gaze upon and painterly in its composition. Likewise, the trumpeticians are musicler in their good soundingness. I am extremely smart. I did appreciate the evil, cheating weaniness of Shin Megami 5, but I didn't like how I lost 50 hours of progress even though I've only played 30 hours. Dragon Quest 3 offers the abrupt and frequent deaths of Vice City, paired with the lenient checkpoints of GTA 5, making for a game where you lose often but never lose XP or progress. If you love RPGs, you should play Dragon Quest 3, which came out 3 years before me. It is simple but sophisticated and classy in a manner which alludes to contemporary landscape. Time erodes all things, but erosion can reveal hidden depths, and in this game, you'll get a lot of depths.
You said it.
And one of the central characters, he got amnesia.
All right. I want to watch this one. This one looks good.
Get your mojo back out now. From the big mo store, get your mojo before Santa. You must race Santa. Please Santa. All the Biggie Pin and the Star Promise Pen are beautiful stocking stuffers. You must race me across the world to get these motos before I do. But watch out, because I'm a sneaky Santa. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is an incredible feat by all teams involved. Every aspect of the game was crafted with precision and passion.
by a squirrel and a chipmunk. With Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Fortnite will never be the same because now Fortnite is like Black Ops 7.
We have the enemy exactly where we want them.
We got him back at the login screen on Black Ops 6. Call of Duty 7 innovates by innovating largely. The game is deep. The storyline is emotional. Black Ops 2 is largely regarded as the pinnacle of Call of Duty.
What?
It is? Black Ops 7 is the first Call of Duty to feature guns as a mechanic.
We're also expanding Omni movement.
Whoa! That was a dead body. It's a skill-based game. It's a skill-based game. The game is good, like Black Ops 2.
Gotcha. Couldn't even see you.
Black Ops 2 was memorable. Black Ops 2 should win Game of the Year this year. Ooh, Black Ops 7 minus Black Ops 2 equals Black Ops 5, which I never played. The perk system has never mattered.
Let me reload. It takes like an hour. Here, take this for a second.
Black Ops 2 was notable for its realism.
Hey. Threat eliminated. We'll have 30 new weapons available at launch.
I'm only gonna use one.
Yeah. Oh, you can do that. Okay, now I see what you do. You go shoot. Bah.
You're falling behind, Black Ops.
Don't call me Black Ops. My name is Battlefield 6. There's nobody there. Oh my God, this is my moment. Look at this. 4 dudes are standing on top of each other. This is my time to shine. This is my moment. Look at this. I didn't get a single kill. Black Ops 7 makes Black Ops 2 look like Black Ops 4. Peekaboo. The game is extremely fair. Introducing Omni movement. What? Introducing mono movement. Only move in one direction.
Skewer incoming.
What's a skewer? Oh.
Now entering the ring, standing 6'3", weighing over 270 pounds, The Undertaker.
Black Ops 7 marks a clear downturn for the franchise, oftentimes feeling desperately out of touch. The gameplay is highly explosive. What I mean by that is that there are hundreds of explosions every second of gameplay. Bye.
Double kill?
Not today.
Catch. Hey, let me get this. Wait, let me get another. Give me another chance.
Black Ops 7 is the 7th installment. So many explosions. The vehicles of Black Ops 7 are more realistic than the realism of real life. Get out of my way, you moron, die. Sometimes the game will launch. Frag out. Throwing secondary frag. Flashbang out. Now firing first missile. 1 of 7 missiles fired. Now equipping grenade launcher. Equipping second of 18 grenade launchers. 10th grenade out. 11th grenade out. Secondary grenade online. Oh, come on. Grenade launcher, really? Another skill-based kill. By this guy? Thank you. Choo-choo, get on board, gamers, for the exciting conclusion of Black Ops 7. New technology. Brain blast. What if I just stand next to the thing and they'll think that they won't know the difference?
Steal! Sniper
They call me the trickster.
The trickster.
Just got tricked. Trickster's trick.
That shit ends now!
All right, no more tricks. Trickster's trick. Trickster's trick. Trickster's trick. You just fell for my trick. With Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Call of Duty has gone back to Black Ops Ops 7 for the first time.
You want to explain this to the board? Turn this around.
Black Ops 7 shouldn't work, and it doesn't work. This is where the people who make the game work. With Black Ops 7, we wanted the maps to be like this now. So you can see where everybody's camping. See? Some people call me the Steven Spielberg of Black Ops 7.
Using echo.
Others refer to me as the trickster.
Stay tight. We're in the lead.
Let's set up another one of my trickster's traps, because I'm such a funny guy.
Enemy with Simtex.
Not funny. Black Ops 7 is an experience unlike any other. The game is almost identical to Black Ops 6, which is a good thing. Black Ops 6 represented a new pinnacle for the COD franchise because I couldn't get it to run.
Frag, get down!
No. What's drill grenade? Oh. Oh, look at that. No, that's all wrong. The foliage should not be moving that fast underwater. No, this game is unplayable. Echo. Wait, it landed up there? Wait, I'm slick for that. It's like I've died and gone to heaven, and the only game you can play there is Black Ops 7, and I realize I'm not in heaven after all.
TACCOM, get a kickback.
Lost B.
Go into guns.
What were you using before? Full auto shotgun. Is that a typo? Black Ops 7 innovates. Innovative. This is what we call a blackout. The game is extremely fun. The guns are extremely balanced. Players have never been happier to be killed by this. It's like NASCAR. Yo.
You ain't even gotta aim the thing.
The gun is balanced by a high recoil and short range. From a higher world, tricks are slick. Black Ops 7 represents a new paradigm. Black Ops 7 is what 7 diamonds play. The Omni movement system moved me to tears. The Omni movement system has failed you. I got this out of a care package. I just killed that man all the way from Black Ops 3. The gun is balanced by a high recoil and short range. With Black Ops 7, you can shoot 7 men. Black Ops 7 is a return to form, and a return to GameStop. The kill streak system has been revamped. The mocap actors were forced to create weapons for the game to cut costs. Out of ammo. Unreliable.
That's evil. That's so evil. A lot of these maps are just maps in the other team.
Stay tight. We're in the lead.
Okay, actors did a bad job.
Like, how many times have we seen this little crossroads in a Call of Duty game?
Another day, another masterpiece.
Alright. How's my lasagna? Hold on, I need to look at my lasagna. One sec. I got lasagna. Lasagna's out of the oven. Needs about 10 minutes to rest, so let's check this out.
Today I am playing Where Winds Meet.
Stop!
This is a heavily hyped game. Gamers are saying this is the greatest game since Ark Raiders.
Jungyan, you slew your own father and stole the jade.
All right, well, we know the storyline now. Oh! Don't worry, I got this, I got this. All right, I didn't hit the button either time. I don't think you can fail the QTEs. I'm not gonna hit the button, I don't care.
They're here.
You don't have to even hit the buttons, you'll just win no matter what. What's the point? Press A to leap. Nah. It'll just leap for me. This is less advanced than Shenmue that came out 80 years ago.
9 million players in 2 weeks.
In Shenmue, you could fail the QTEs and it was insanely funny when you failed them.
You think you got me, huh? Hey, hey! That! You looking for some of this?
Void Kong! Oh no, Void King. I'm not playing good games. Dark Souls camera works like Dark Souls, okay. Watch out, I'm exiting stroll mode. I'm whooping this guy.
Nice to meet you.
Windy danger, huh? Wait, what? Wait, that's the lamest. Wait, what? This baby is from PS3. Now I can play as an elegant woman or a more realistic woman. I like the more realistic type women because they're like covered in blood and stuff and are more badass. Wait, I can record my voice to generate a character based on that voice?
I am a realistic woman ninja.
This is gonna be such a compelling character. Crystal, gentle, fresh. Your voice is like pure water, beyond worldly bounds. The true nature gleams. Oh, it doesn't put your voice in the game. It just makes the character look like your voice. So this is what my voice looks like. I see. Jablongi.
You said there was a man in black?
Forget it.
So, like,
It's
where
nothing.
is he?
Just a dream.
These fake AAA games are like, they're only AAA for like the first 3 or 4 minutes is a new trick I see games doing now.
That looks so cool. Show me, show me.
Sharp and heavy. You could hurt yourself.
No, just let me hold it. Just once, please.
All right,
Come on. Or I
don't
won't
get to
talk
play
you
this
anymore.
game.
I'm telling Auntie Han, and you won't get to go to the first jar banquet.
If I miss the first jar banquet, I will never play this game again. Open this chest. Nice. Riders Gilded Mask, 5 Echo Jade, 800 coins, 800 XP, Exploration Map, Ritual Crown, Equip. I've leveled up 1,700 times.
I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, you did. Now, every Chinese game has bamboo. Can you cut the bamboo in this game?
Didn't we say we'd buy the storybook?
Nope. You can. Wait. Yes, you can. Look at that. I mean, now the physics. I don't know about the physics on it, but I mean, you can cut them down. That's nice. Bow. Bow. Okay, I like that. I like the jumping.
Where are you going?
I'm trying to have fun before I have to do 700 quests for brand spokesperson Will Smith.
There's no man in black.
I like the jumping part of the game the most so far.
Don't jump.
Sorry, I won't jump anymore. Okay, I'm getting conflicting instructions.
You can do that?
I didn't press anything.
Do it too.
This game just beats the game for you.
Sure you can, Heroine Ruby. But we need to head to the General Shrine today. Next time.
The birds are so pretty.
What was that?
What was that?
Wait, that bird had 2,000 golden coins? I have 307 fish.
Yoo-hoo! Mr. Archer guy! He's totally ignoring us!
He's not Mr. Archer guy, he's the mysterious man.
The name's Fang Jishang.
Oh, that's not as cool of a name. Archery tips?
Archery tips?
Arrow tip?
This is my first time passing on still waters. Shall we shoot at the birds by the cliff together so I can observe its efficacy?
We already saw its efficacy.
Fire away!
9 million players in 2 weeks.
Headshot. 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 This guy has like 10 arrows coming out of his head. He's still going. Now I can finish him off now that he has the 10th arrow. There we go. Now I got you.
Whoa, what's that bird? What is that bird? What? The birds in this are worse than those ones in Arc Raiders. Bah, bah, bah. Okay, there. Gotcha.
The bear seems to know martial arts?
Kuma! Press the comprehend button at the right time when the golden rings appear over the bear doing karate moves. Just going. The dude riding a horse just right past the bear. What am I playing? What? Oh no, you killed him! Oh, I mastered the art of Tai Chi by looking at a bear for like 1 second. Bear, I'm gonna throw Tai Chi. Whoa!
Get to the general shrine.
9 million players in 2 weeks. Wait, can you climb trees? Oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm climbing up a tree. Here we go. Ooh, okay. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I ran out of stamina.
So mysterious.
You're supposed to say so mystical. Hey, who's this guy? Hello.
Watch yourself.
Okay. There's somebody riding a horse. Oh, he doesn't care. Yeah. I learned this from looking at a bear. Wind sense.
That's okay.
This is
that
why
looks
it's
kinda
called
fun.
Beyond Two Winds. What was it called? The frogs are really big in this game. Like, it's... Who is this man? He's like observing the frog. Oh, to learn his techniques. I see. Think I can break these pots? 9 million players in 2 weeks. She, the boatman. He's a highly respected NPC in this game. I'm gonna throw him. I didn't mean to kill him. Oh no, there's a witness. You didn't see nothing. You didn't see nothing. No. Go over there and die.
Poor fellow. If I could, I'd help him for sure.
Child, please, you've got to help me. Save my grandson. They went to the temple up on that mountain. No, wait. No, they went the other way.
Stop with the questions, young wanderer.
I asked one question.
She's clearly shaken and can't remember everything clearly.
But it's a grandpa, not a grandma. Was this character supposed to be a grandma and they forgot that they changed it? 9 million players in 2 weeks. Wait a minute, you can't cut these down anymore. They took it out of the game. They're losing me. They're losing their best customer. I'm gonna shoot this insanely realistic bird. Where did it just flew through a roof?
What are you doing?
Killing.
Ouch.
What just happened to the camera? Take that. You must return to the battle area. I'm just following where he is. I'm fighting him over here. 9 million players in 2 weeks.
Young man, have you ever seen a procession with sacred scripture?
Why is the ladder talking to me? It's time to go AAA. Oh man, this is a really AAA one. Look how slow this is. Look at how our swords clip through the wall. That's AAA. Oh, now I see what they did. This is how they trick people into playing this game. They put horse boss. Oh, he can jump too. Boing, boing, boing. That's how they got the 9 million. What is with the ending cutscenes? They're on to me. Oh! I laughed, but I will have my revenge.
What's this?
This is how they trick little kids into spending money on this stupid game.
Huh? There are some other things. But I don't have to buy them.
Oh my goodness. They're actually teaching children like a valuable life lesson in this game. They're saying, look, kids, you don't gotta buy the battle pass to have fun.
Go on, buy it.
Yippee!
Never mind.
What? Oh gives a fuck? Fucking useless nothing. Alright. My lasagna's ready. I think I'm just gonna eat lasagna and do my thing. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be back probably tomorrow. Just gonna be working on my thing and we'll watch more videos. Yeah.